Reg, get in your bucket. Come on, please. Go get in your bucket. Come on. Hi. Just trying to deal with a cat who would really like to be sitting right here. Oh, he's sitting right here. Reggie, you gotta go lay down. Come on, buddy. Hi, friends. Okay, one more second. One more second and I will be ready. Okay, I think we're good. Are we? Are we watching? There we go. Hi. Hello, hello. Well, Reggie and I are here to say welcome. Happy Saturday, my friends. I hope you're doing well. If we have not met before, I just realized I forgot to clean my glasses. So we're going to do a little multitasking, okay? If we have not met before, my name is Lael Kankar. I have a business called Lael by Mail. I manufacture lots of my own products, traveler's notebooks, traveler's notebook inserts, stamps and dies, and oh my gosh, paper, die cuts, stickers, all kinds of things these days, tools, pouches, lots of things. Anyhow, when I'm not traveling, we are here on Saturday mornings, sometimes weeknights, but mostly Saturday mornings, and we are doing what I like to call creative listing. Creative listing. So a couple days before we get together, I publish a handful of listing topics on my blog at littlebymail.com. And Saturday mornings we get together and we work on those lists. They're creative lists, right? We are adding stamps and stickers and washi, just all different kinds of things. Well, really what we're doing is we're telling a story. And I think in most cases we're telling our own personal story, right? But we're doing it in a very easy and approachable way because it is list style. Pretty much everyone has made a list, right? Whether it is a spelling list, a Christmas list, a to-do list, a grocery list. We all know how to do that, right? And we never worry about what we're saying or how we say it when we make one of those lists, right? But something happens if you give someone a piece of paper and you tell them to sit down and write. A lot of us just panic and we freeze because we don't know what to write, we don't know how to write, we feel like we have to be Ernest Hemingway to write. That is where I think what we do, the creative listing, is very simple and approachable because we are doing it in a list format. We have a lot of fun with what we're doing and I use a lot of products as I'm working. But there's something that's really important I want to make sure you're aware of. There's only two things that you need to do what we do. You need something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, it's whatever you want to add, okay? So kind of keep that in mind. If you are new here, welcome. I think we are getting lots of new folks joining us from a number of different areas. But if you have found me through the Joyful Sojourn, through Elizabeth, welcome to you. So happy to have you here. If you are new to this whole thing, kind of creative listing, one piece of advice that I would give you, in the description box of the video down below, you're going to find a bunch of links to products I'm using and the list topics for today. But there's one there that I think will be super helpful to you, and that is a free class here on my YouTube channel on how to get started creative listing. It is, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes long. I show you examples, I kind of walk you through what it is, and some really easy list to start with from my perspective if you want to get started. So that one is that is something you might want to check out. All right, so I am going to take a break from looking here and I'm going to look over here so I can see the chat and see who's here, and then we'll talk about some housekeeping items and then we will get going. All right, so let's see who we have here. If you are watching live, I'd love it if you'd pop into the chat. There's a live chat that takes place, and that's how I can interact with you guys. Otherwise, it's just me, right? Just chatting. So if you want to pop in and say hello, would love to see you. If you're brand new, let us know that you're new, okay? We love newbies. You guys know I love all of you, but just have a soft spot in my heart for newbies, all right? Okay, let's see who we have here. We have Ms. L. Hello, Ms. L. from Southern California. Ashley T. from East Tennessee. Gerda, hello, from hot Central Texas. Carol from the from Central Canada. Very smoky up there. Yes, Carol. It's that, I know, for parts of Canada, parts of the Western United States, Utah, we have had a fire going, I don't know, weeks now. It is that just really dry time of year that is really difficult in certain parts of the country. So I'm hoping that they get those fires put out quickly, right? Karen Haynes, hello from Colorado. Jennifer from Alabama. Hello, Shannon. Shannon, good morning. Maritza from Las Vegas. Karen gave us a great reminder. While you're here, if you would please hit the like button, the thumbs up, that would be super, super helpful. If you also, while you're here, want to click that little subscribe button, you can do that too. And then even the notification bell. And then that way you get notified when this is happening. Thank you for the reminder, Karen. Hello, Wendy. Tabitha, hello, hello. Susie Sewell from Missouri. Welcome, welcome. DW. EJ, good morning from Drury, but cool for now, South Arkansas. Oh, hello, VS Vicage, New York. Terry, good morning, good morning. Paula Crafts from Northern California. Kathy Rodriguez, hello, hello. Nancy from Boulder City, Nevada. Shannon Cummins. Nancy said she can't wait to play with the new mini inks. Yes. We are going to start out today's listing session by finishing up a list that we started on Monday night, and I used those mini inks. So I'll kind of give you a quick overview of how I use them in kind of a little bit of a different way. I did a little mixed media. Don't tell anybody. I did a little mixed media. Lisa Lackey, Simply Shanna Krause, hello. Let's see, Sarah Foss, good morning, good morning. I know Saturday. Terry said she can't stay long to play today. Lots to do. It's summer. You're either want to be outside or you don't want to be outside at all because it's too hot. You're inside. You are working on projects or things that you need to do, spending time with friends and family, whatever it is. I know. You can't always be with me on a Saturday, but if you're here, I love that. Thank you. And if you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. Lily is chatting from Sarah Simmons YouTube. Hello, Lily. Heather Jackson, happy August from sunny Southern California. Ready to be inspired by Lael. Oh gosh, Heather, no pressure there. Pam, hello Pam, nice to see you. Kathy Rodriguez. Mari Geiger, hello, hello. Sarah Cope. As I'm reading through, I'm just skipping some things because I've said hello and you guys are, still chatting, which is totally good. Hello, Lisa. Janaea, 1976. Hello, Jen Hurt from Spokane. Hi, Nita. Nice to see you. Nita, I hope you had fun on Vicky's cruise. I saw some of the pictures and talked to Vicky quite a bit earlier this week, but it sounded like you guys had an amazing time. Amazing time. So welcome home. Melissa said hello from Odessa, Texas. Meet the teacher night last night. Saw some on my kiddos, right? Oh, why you teach? Okay, so Melissa is a teacher. I love that. Had to kind of get that. So you're a teacher, and it was Meet the Teacher last night, and you got to meet some of your kids and parents. I love that. That's so fun. Reminded you of why you teach. So thank you for teaching. We have a number of teachers that are here, part of our Squirrel Squad community, and I always am so appreciative of those of you that are teachers because you are so important to our community, to our world, right? We need teachers. Hello, Hand Can Plan. Danielle from Florida. Joy Ellen, hello, hello. Melissa, a new list for you, reasons why I teach. I love that. That is great. So you know what? And that is a great list. Whatever profession, whatever profession you may have. Maybe you're a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher. So, Joy Ellen, I don't know because this may apply to you. I always know it says reverend. So, are you a reverend? If you are a reverend, then maybe why you're writing a list of why you love to do what you do. So, you could be a stay-at-home mom. You could be a grandma. You could be retired. You could work in an office building. Whatever it is, I think that's a really fun list to do of why you love what you do. So, that's a great suggestion, Melissa. I love that. Kate, hello, hello. Margarita, hello. Karen Stewart from Southern California. Hello, Colleen. Nice to see you. Tracy Gardner, Liz B. Simply Shanna Krabs. Hand Can Plan. There you go. You're in Vegas. Welcome, welcome. Janine Douglas. Eastern Washington with the wildfires. I know, right? And then what happens is Eastern Washington, Northern Idaho, Northern Utah, actually kind of all of Utah, California, right? So we kind of in the West, I think to something in Montana I just saw this week. So kind of the whole West this time of year is like one big smoke zone, it seems. It seems. Sarah says her desk is a mess. She's going to work on that first. If you guys could see my desk, it is a fright. As I'm looking across the room, you know what? I'm just going to show you something, okay? Yesterday, I was working on a make and take for an event later this year using some of my stamps that will be coming out with my Dear December collection. I won't show you, I'll just show you this little peek. All of my Dear December product is here in the house. Okay, isn't that fun? August 25th. It is. Will go up on the website August 25th. That morning, I'll do a live kind of an unboxing of all the product. That is also when my 2025 December documented mini book project kit will go up for pre-order. So let me just show. Look at all of that. Look at all of that. 12 by 12 papers, 14 of them, 2 sticker sheets, 4 die cut packs, 3 stamps, 2 rolls of washi, and I think maybe a partridge in a pear tree, right? That's a lot. Anyhow, I'm so excited to share that with you guys, but not yet. Just got a little sneak peek. I will start sneak peeking that starting on, I'll do it once a week, starting on August 7th, and I'll do it 7th, 14th, 21st, and then full reveal on the 25th. Oh, we're a little crooked there, aren't we? Yeah, so very excited to kind of share that with you guys. Just a sneak peek though, right? Just a little sneak peek. Hello Cherie, nice to see you. Tracy's just caught up on Monday's live. You're binge watching. I love that. Love it, love it, love it. Yes, okay, Joy Ellen is a reverend. So, Joy Ellen, I don't know if I call you Reverend Joy Ellen or Joy Ellen, what I call you. You should probably, well, if you want to let me know, because I don't want to, I don't want to call you something incorrectly. Anyhow, that'd be a wonderful list on why you enjoy being a reverend, doing what you do. Hello, April from Hot Houston. Let's see. A couple of you, it sounds like, are now just watching the replay from Monday. That was fun. It's always fun when we do a nighttime listing session. We have, you guys, I am traveling so much right now. So our listing schedule is all over the board. We are listing today. Today is Saturday, August 2nd, 2025. After today, we will not be listing together again until Saturday, August 23rd, all right? That is at the bottom of the email that went out this week. It's pinned to the top of the Lail by Mail Facebook page, Lail by Mail Facebook group. But I've had to make some modifications to the schedule through September. So just make sure to look at that. You'll also see that on all of the List With Me blog posts. So, and if you can't find it anywhere, shoot me an email and I will, I'll send you a link to the blog so you can find where that is. But anyhow, we are listing on the 23rd, and then I think I get on the 27th. Don't quote me on that, but I think I get on the 27th because then I'm leaving for a long weekend again. So just lots of travel right now, but we still have to get our fun in, right? I got to get my fun in because this is fun. This isn't work. This is fun. All right. Oh yeah, I won't show you the mess. I showed you a mess a couple weeks ago. I did like a total impromptu. I think on What's New Wednesday, I did a total impromptu of my craft room, and it was a mess, but you could kind of see it. All right, that organizer, Sarah, I know, isn't that fun? That came from, I think, Michael's, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Lisa, am I using my Christmas collection for my December documented? Absolutely, yes I am. 100%, yeah, yes. Very excited for that. Thank you, Deborah. Congrats. She said congrats on your collection. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you for the email about gratitude. I looked at that. I need to email you back before I go, but thank you for sending that. I sure appreciate it. Sarah said, if we get the kit, will we get all the product? You will, it will not include the stamps, and there is 1 die, but everything else, and 1 little sticker sheet. But there's a little fun thing with the sticker sheet. Anyhow, stamps won't include the 3 stamps on the die, but you can buy those separately. Okay, so Joy Ellen, if you're okay with it, I'm just going to call you Joy Ellen because then it's mouthful. Thank you. And you guys, any of you, if I ever call you, because sometimes I like to give you a nickname. Usually I try to ask before I give you a nickname or shorten your name, but if I forget, if I'm calling you something and you'd rather me not call you that, please let me know. Hello, Louisa. Welcome. Hi, Marilee. Nice to see you. Oh, yeah. And Marilee's another one of our teachers just getting ready to go back to work. Hopefully this year is better for you, Marilee, than last year. I know last year was really tough. All right, friends. I think we are ready to go. let's see. April just said, today I searched my stash to see how many squirrel products I have. 23, mostly stamps and one paper. Oh, that's fun. That is fun. Okay, my friends, so we talked a little bit about some housekeeping items. The first one being that we will not be listing together after today until August 23rd. I never want anyone to like be sitting here on a Saturday or make plans to not do anything because you think we're listing and then we're not. We talked a little bit about Dear December. That will go live on Monday, August 25th. And that morning I will be doing a live. And I know it's not ideal on a Monday morning, but if you join me, you join me. If not, you can watch the replay. But there'll be lots of emails going out about that. Yeah, I think that is. I think. Oh, I know what else I'll tell you. Just hot in a couple days ago, 2 new 49 Market collections. One of them I will be using today. That one, I want to call that one Barely Buzzed, but it's not Barely Buzzed. And I'll tell you why I want to call it Barely Buzzed. It is called Botanical Buzz. Barely Buzzed is an incredible cheese that is made by a company here in Utah, and it has espresso grounds, coffee grounds kind of on the rind. And it is so good. So I think Barely Buzzed, but really it's called Botanical Buzz. I'll be using that in one of my lists today. That is Dennis Bruton from 49 Market. And then the other big one that's hit is Vicki Bouton's brand new Mistletoe and Memories collection. So I have both of those stocked very well, hopefully, on the website. What else? Oh, you might want to mark your calendars. August 7th is a release from a little joint venture between 49 Market and Ranger. Okay, I know what it is. Can't tell you what it is, but I've also ordered pretty deep on those things as well. So watch for those to come up on August 7th. Other than that, I think I'll think of other things. You know, that's what happens once we get started. I start thinking of other things. But I think we're ready to roll. Good news, Reggie is over in his bucket. Now he's sleeping, so he'll probably sleep all day because Lord knows he didn't sleep last night. I fell asleep reading at about 10:15, and he woke me up at 11:15 and 12:15, and then again at 4:30. So, of course, he's going to sleep all day. Me, can't really sleep all day, can I? All right, so let me do this. I'm going to turn off the overhead lights, flip the camera, do all the things, and then we'll be ready to play. All right, here we go. Here we go. Simply Shauna Crafts said, I love Barely Buzzed. It is so good, isn't it? It is so good. Let me just move that a little bit. Are we good? All right. Yes. Oh, it's so good. And now I think, and I don't know who the first one was to make it. I don't know if it was the Utah company or if it was somebody else. But if you are ever at the grocery store, and our grocery store carries it, if you ever see something like that, Barely Buzzed, oh, it's so good. Like I could eat the whole thing, the whole triangle. Thank you. Oh goodness, look at that. We're totally crooked there, aren't we? We don't want that, do we? Let's try that. Plug in. The plugging in is very important. Otherwise, I will lose you guys at some point. We'll all lose each other, which will be sad. All righty. Lots of mess here. Okay, let me just really quick grab my little stand so we have a little bit more room to work with. We're going to start out by looking at the 3 lists that we did on Monday night. All right, so Monday night we did, our first one was This Is Me. This Is the 3rd year that I've done a This Is Me list. So every year I like to do a list like that or like this because it changes from year to year, right? So there are some things on my This Is Me list that could be brand new. Like this year, I've never had this on my list before. I am a mother of the groom. Our older son Jack is getting married in March, so that's kind of fun, a new thing to my list. There are things that might be on my This Is Me list every year, year after year. So this one, I pretty much have always, the last 3 years, done the same format. I use the This Is Me stamp set, and then just kind of put that little guy together. It was funny how this one worked out. Not really funny, it was very interesting how this one worked out. I knew that I wanted to use the Smiles for Miles collection. And as I started going through it on Monday night as we were starting our list, it just, all of these pieces just came out that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. So Nick, my husband, and I were in Maui last week? Yes, last week. He was there for business and I was there to tag along because Maui, right? Anyhow, it was really fun to use some of the papers that kind of worked really well with where we were and the background. I'm not a fan. I'm like you guys, right? A lot of us are like not a fan of really being in a photo. I much prefer being behind a camera instead of in front. But that one, we were at the pool and Nick took a picture of me and I'm like, okay, well, that's as good as one of any, right? It's current, so that'll work. Thank you, Louise. Yeah, we had a wonderful time. It was wonderful. So thank you. All right. I think I'm trying to think. I think I added just maybe one more thing after we were done. And I added this little guy, leave a little sparkle wherever you go, because I felt like it was a little too empty here. There we go. The little stamping on the photo. That was our first list. Our second list was a What a Day. What a Day is very much a time capsule list. And this is actually one of those lists that I talk about in the How to Get Started Creative Listing video or class. Pick a day and basically just make a list of whatever you did that day. What is really fun about this, and what I mean when I say time capsule, is that when you look back on this list, maybe 5 years from now, it'll be fascinating to see what your day was like. We usually do a What a Day list once a month. I always say I would love to have had a list like this, my grandma in the 50s. I mean, wouldn't it be so fascinating to look and see what people did in the 50s, or what my grandmother did in the 50s? What was a regular day for her in the 50s, or my mom in the 1970s, or me when I was in college, or when I was a brand new mom, or I was just starting out my career, right? Because our days change so very much, as we get older. So that's the idea behind doing a What a Day list. This one I did a little bit differently though. July 26th, we were still in Maui and we took the red eye. So I thought that might be kind of fun to do like a then and now. So when we were in Hawaii, and then kind of the red eye and the next day, because I don't know about you guys, but red eye, if you take a red eye, I'm good for pretty much nothing the next day. So that one, we used the What a Day stamp set, and then used washi and some die cuts from my postcards and passports collection. All right. Tabitha, I love it, said, I like being in photos as long as they make me look slimmer than I actually am. Oh, 100%. I agree, right? 100%. Make me look really skinny and I'll be in all the photos. And make me look like I have no wrinkles. And then I'll be in all the photos, right? Now, there are filters that do that. But yeah, I generally don't do that because, then you're like, well, anyhow, you're like, why did I look so young, 8 years ago? Oh, yeah, that's right. I added filters. No filters there, though. Hello, Carrie. Nice to see you. Carrie said, oh, not sure we want all the details from college. Skipped class, met friends at a bar. I know, but right? It'd be fun. All right. So our third list, and this is the one we're going to start on today because we didn't quite get it finished. And this one is words that are hard to pronounce. So what I did here, I created my own background paper. My own paper there, and I did that using the new Tim Holtz Distress Oxide Mini Ink. So if you missed this announcement, Tim came out with maybe 2 weeks ago, mini size Distress Oxide. So for a long time, the mini size Distress inks have been available, but they've not been available in the Distress Oxides. They, I guess, worked for years on the formulation in order to get them into a smaller size. Now, we all would think, well, can't you just make it smaller? You did the other ones, why can't you make these? And I guess because of the oxide and the pigments in those inks that way more involved. So what I did, and I'll just show you really quickly how I did that. I just took one of these little ink pads. We'll just grab one of these. And I dragged it across some white cardstock. There we go. So just took it and went like that. Now, what we discovered is the quality of the paper that you're working with makes a big difference in how that looks. So this is just like a, really inexpensive like composition notebook. So paper is very, very thin. So you didn't get a lot of ink kind of coverage. It was a little spotty when I did it here. But when I did it on my Nina Bright White cardstock, it definitely kind of filled itself out more. So what I did, I cut my white paper down to size, but I had just one sheet. And I dragged pink and then orange. I dragged each of those colors across, and then I cut it. So I did. Then you cut it and separated it. I think maybe it was April. Was it April? Maybe April. April said, "You know what you should do, Lael? You should flip this side, and so you have kind of opposite." And I'm like, "I can't do that. That'll drive me crazy." And then I'm like, "Well, no, maybe I can. I think I'm going to do that." So just flipped it, and then kind of a little bit more visually interesting. After we were done, probably on Tuesday, I added a couple things, and I added some die cuts and stickers from Vicky's cut and paste collection. All right, so a nice long border sticker, a little die cut there, pencil, little bird, little butterfly, and that little sticker that said belly laugh, because the words that are hard to pronounce are kind of amusing. All right, at least on my list. All right, so we're going to finish off that list, and then we will get going on our other list. Let me check the chat here very quickly, friends. Let's see, Heather. Hang on, I know we're talking about someone's loss, so I want to make sure that I don't miss that. Oh, okay, Heather, there we go. Heather lost her mom in October, and she hated to be in photos. And you know what? We just need to kind of remember that, right? We may not like what we look like, but our family, our friends love us regardless of how we look. And it's nice to have photos, right? It's nice to have photos when maybe we are gone. Okay, so I'm going to take that as a reminder. Yes, we need to get over it and get in the photos, right? Because you know what they say. Excuse me. You know what they say? They say that these are the good old days, right? So in the future, we'll be like, oh, remember the good old days? Or in the future, we'll be like, oh my gosh, I remember when I was 56 and I thought I was so fat and wrinkled or whatever. And then you're like, I would love to be that now, right? So just kind of remember that. We want to be in the photos. So thank you for that, Heather. And yes, very sorry about your mom. She said, I wish she would have been in so many more. Now that's all we have. Take the photos and be in the photos lately. Right. Okay. Heather said, I try to be in as many as I can, but I also hand off my phone and say, picture me, right? Yes, super important. Janae is agreeing. Karen, that's interesting. Karen said, is anyone else having an ad pop up over the chat you have to close out of? It's happened 3 times during this live. I don't see anything like that, but I think that's because I'm doing it. So, but I'm interested to see if you're seeing the same thing, if other people are saying the same thing. Jennifer asked a question, what made you choose Distress Oxide over the regular Distress inks or other brands to use most of the time? 2 things really, Jennifer. I would say number 1 is the color selection, and that is really, Distress inks in general over other brands. There are 72 inks in the Distress ink family, so lots and lots and lots of options. But the second thing, why I like to use the Distress Oxides. Distress Oxides are a hybrid ink. They are a pigment / dye-based ink. I really like the coverage. I like that I get a very nice, solid coverage. And here's a good example. So I dragged that salty ocean, and it's really nice and pretty solid. If I did the same thing with the Distress ink, which is a dye-based ink, it would not have that coverage. Now, for me, I pretty much only use inks for stamping. So when I tell you why I like an oxide over a regular Distress ink, it is from that perspective. There's some amazing things that Distress inks can do that oxides can't, that oxides can do that Distress inks can't when it comes to mixed media and blending and adding water and different things like that. So I like them for the nice solid coverage I get when stamping. In the description box of the video, at the very bottom, if you scroll to the very bottom, I've linked to 2 different articles at scrapbook.com. One is an article explaining the difference between Distress inks and, between pigment-based inks and dye-based inks with some examples so you can kind of get a feel for the differences. And the second article is a link talking about the difference between Distress inks and Distress oxides and kind of showing you them side by side in different scenarios so you can kind of get a feel. But really, and I think as with anything, when you're looking to buy a product, it's a good idea to know what you want to use it for, right? Now, if it's a pair of scissors, you pretty much know, well, I want to use them to cut. But when it comes to things like inks, I think it's a good idea to spend a little bit of time thinking what you may want to do with them and doing some research on what you can do with them, and then kind of go from there accordingly. All right. Let's see, Jen Hurt said, I have been battling cancer and treatment side effects for 10 years, and I have avoided photos. I've recently come to the conclusion that's stupid. My family would rather have a not great photo. Jen, first of all, oh my goodness, 10 years. What a trooper you are. What a trooper you are, and that you're battling that. I hope everything is going well. I hope you're seeing some positive effects from the treatment. But you are so right. It's stupid, right? We just got to get out of our own heads and be in the photos. All right. Yeah, lessons we have to learn, right? Lessons we have to learn. Let's see. You guys, I love her kind of just chatting about what people are saying. Erica, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Erica said my husband died in April, and I'm so glad he loved pictures. And that just puts a smile on my face. There are so many, and I love looking at them and remembering him in those moments. Start with a selfie, right? There you go. And you know what? That's a great point, Sarah. You know what? If you start with a selfie, you can take 1,000 until you get one where you like what it looks like. You know what? Go buy a selfie stick on Amazon for $8, and just, you can control that. We can't control what we look like when other people take a photo, but we can control what we look like if we're doing a selfie. And again, Erica, I'm so sorry about your husband, but I am so happy for you that you have those photos, and that brings you so much joy in looking at those. Sarah said, I love my pics of my mom now that she's gone. Reminds me of what a goofball she could be, right? Personality. A lot of times if we let it, our personality comes out in photos. No ads. So Karen, not sure what's going on with the chat for you. Sorry about that. Board time. Yeah, maybe Karen, go out and come back in and see if that helps you. Jennifer said, I see what you're talking about, ink related. I've tried some from Hobby Lobby before, and they are too juicy and gooey. So look at the label, right? There's some chalk inks that could be a little bit juicier and gooier. Also look at whether it's a pigment-based ink or a dye-based ink. In general, dyes are less juicy, but sometimes just the brand. Ranger makes an incredible, they make a very good quality ink. So, all right, we're going to start talking about the words that are hard to pronounce. Jen, I just saw Jen typed aluminum, and I spent, I don't know, a couple weeks in Australia years ago, probably in 2007. And I picked up, well, I don't say it, but I've always loved the way that they say it, aluminium. Aluminium, it just sounds so much fancier than aluminum. But yes, can be a hard one. Hi, Mom. Hello. My mother's here. Sometimes she pops in and hangs out with us, which is so fun. Tracy said there are different words in the States. Okay, so Tracy, is it aluminium in South Africa as well? And Tracy, my mom and I, and Nick, and one of my mother's friends will be in your country in a little over or a little less than a week. And Han can plan. I've never seen you in person, but I see you on Instagram doing your stories. And you said, I avoided being in pictures when my kids were little because I didn't get my body back. I regret it so much. Well, it looks to me like you got your body back. You look amazing. But I get it. I totally get what you're saying. Han Can Plan also said, this is so lame, but I've always had a hard time with February. Now, February is also on my list because I think it's common that we drop the first R in February. We say February. We don't say February. But when I say, like here when we're together, February, I always enunciate February, and almost like Wednesday too, right? All right. Okay, so here we are. We're going to finish this list. Words that are hard to pronounce. So I need to pull my workbook from last week because that's where I have all of my words. The idea for this list came from something that someone posted in the Lail by Mail Facebook group. And it is hilarious. Everybody piping in on the words that are hard to pronounce. My number one is Worcestershire, Worcestershire, right? And pronouncing is one thing. Spelling it is a whole other ballgame. Worcestershire. I believe that's how you say it, Worcestershire. But Worcestershire, I put way too many S's and H's and R's in there. So that's the first on my list. I am going to use a different pen than I normally use on this list for writing my list. And I used this pen when I wrote the rest of my title here, and I also used the pen as I was outlining. And the pen that I'm using here is the Zig Photo Signature. The reason I am using this pen instead of my regular Sharpie is that the pigment, the Distress Oxide, is a little bit chalky. And so I've found in the past, if I am trying to write with my my Sharpie, it tends to get a little bit gummed up, and it kind of dries out the ink a little bit, or the nib. And so the Zig Photo Signature is meant to be used on photos or slick surfaces. So it just tends to work really well on here. I'm using a different pen. I also need to grab out my bullet stamps because this is going to be a run-on list. I'll just be writing my list, you know, like this. It won't be vertical. I'll just be writing the things on my list. And because I'm doing that, I need something to separate each word on my list. So let's look and see what we would like. Bullets and More 1, 2, and 3. Bullets and More was one of the very first stamp sets I did probably 4 years ago. The way I approach creating products is based on necessity. And I'm like, oh, I'm making all these lists. I feel like I need maybe some numbers, and I feel like maybe I need some bullets. And because almost every list I do is bullets, there are now 3 Bullets and More stamp sets. I would say Bullets and More 2 for me is probably the one I use most often. So as you are looking, if you are looking at getting started creative listing, I would say a bullet stamp set, not all 3, but I would say a bullet stamp set would be a good one to start with. If you want to go a little bit more basic and have a combination of numbers and some really basic bullets, Bullets and More would be the way to go. But if you want lots of little icons, then Bullets and More 2 would be the way to go. So let's see what we have here. Maybe I have this little pointing finger. That could be fun. Let's use the pointing finger. I am pulling my stamps out of stamp storage sleeves. So I have all of my stamps, all of my personal Lail by Mail stamps, and then all of stamps in my personal stash from other manufacturers. I store them all in my stamp storage sleeves. Those come in 3 or 4 sizes: 6x8, 5x7, 4x6, and 3x4. This is a 4x4 stamp set. I do not make stamp storage sleeves in 4x4. You know why? Because you can just take a 4x6 and chop it off, and then it's a 4x4. So I store all of them in there. I also have a little piece of white cardstock behind the stamp in that little stamp storage sleeve, so that when I'm ready to pull the stamp out, I put this cardstock from behind in front. And by doing that, it just helps to kind of break the stickiness between the plastic of the stamp and the plastic of the stamp storage sleeve. All right. So let's grab this little pointer finger here. Whoopsie. Don't want to pull off the books though. I can tell I haven't used a pointer finger before. All right. The bullet stamps are very small, right? They're very, very teeny. When we're stamping, I always recommend that we right size our stamping block to our stamp. What I mean by that, if I have a little teeny stamp, I want a very small stamping block. If I only have one stamping block and it is very large, right? Because I have to have the lowest common denominator, so I have to have a large stamping block for my largest stamp. That will work, right? But let me tell you, you're not going to like stamping if you are stamping with a large block with a little tiny stamp like that. So when it comes to stamping, if you can right size your stamping block to your stamps, it'll make life, in my opinion, a lot easier. I've got all kinds of different stamping blocks or acrylic blocks on the website for that. This guy is called a stamping stylus. This is one of my products, and this is for your little tiny bullet stamps, okay? So even if I had a little tiny round, which I do, even if I have this little tiny round like this, it will work on there. But when they're so teeny, this one, in my opinion, is the way to go. So the stamping stylus is a long cylindrical stamping block, and it's super easy for me to use because my hand is very accustomed to that shape, right? Because it's just like a pen or a pencil. Let me just test this out and you'll see, there we go. So easy to stamp that way. On your stamping stylus, there is a little label, and that label is there as a point of reference. When you are lining up your stamp, if you do that in relation to the little squirrel on the label, that way you make sure that your stamp is facing the same direction every time, right? Because I can't really see the stamp, but I can see the squirrel. And when I do that, if I'm paying attention, then my little, pointer finger there is always the right direction. If I'm not paying attention, then sometimes I end up, with that going all different directions. So if I just pay attention to that little guy, I'm ready. All right, so first on my list is Worcestershire. And let me spell that correctly. Worcestershire. Worcestershire, right? I believe that's how it is pronounced. Worcestershire. However you want to pronounce it. What is on your list? Even if you're not listing with me, what would be a word that you find very difficult to pronounce? Very, very difficult to pronounce. Simply Shauna Crafts. I see a question you had that said, what about ephemera? I'm not sure what that question is in relation to. So will you give me a little bit more context and I'll be happy to answer. Colleen, again, talking about photos, said, I'm so glad that I have photos of my best friend to document our 25-ish years friendship. She passed away in 2018. I now make sure to take photos with friends, some I haven't seen in 10 to 18 years, right? Because one day that's all we're going to have, right? All right. Facetious. Macabre. Macabre is another one. Macabre is like dreary, dark, right? Hello, Carla. Nice to see you. You'll watch later. You're celebrating your 39th anniversary. Congratulations. Here's another one. Rural. It's something about those two R's, one after the other. Rural. You have to enunciate that. Rural. The word, there we go. Simply Sean. The word ephemera is hard for me to pronounce. That's funny. I got it. Got it. Margarita said folklore. Folklore. Yes. And you know what's fun? Some of us are like, oh yeah, I can totally pronounce that. And other of us are like, yes, that's it. I can't pronounce that one either. Next on my list, mischievous. I always want to pronounce it mischievous, but it is mischievous. Mischievous. All right. Then I have acai. Acai. Acai is a fruit. It does not look like it would be pronounced acai, although it kind of does. Acai. It kind of looks like acai, right? I did not have one this time when we were in Hawaii. It's just too much sugar and too much starch. Anyhow, but an acai bowl with lots of fresh fruit and honey and granola. Oh, that's like so good. But I didn't have one this time. Trying to be good. Trying to be good. Working on. I shouldn't say trying. I'm being good. There we go. Nevada. I'm not really sure. And I know, Hannah, you can tell us. How do you pronounce that word? Oh, actually, you can't tell us. Maybe you can. Maybe you can kind of phonetically type it out for us. Nevada, right? I'm not sure. Juror. So we're seeing a little bit of a pattern. Juror and rural, the two R's, kind of one after another. Kind of interesting. Juror. Oh, I've got not a lot of room here. I need a small one. Oh, and you know what? I can tell I am going to run out of words. So I will end up. Oh, here, this is one will fit. Pho. Pho is pho. That is soup, Japanese soup, right? But pho. That's one that you'd look at and never know. You'd be like, oh, let's have some pho. Or what is pho? Kind of similar, like faux pas, F-A-U-X. Faux, you wouldn't look at that and think it was pronounced that way either, right? Anemone. Sarah, anemone. Yes, right? Anemone. Let's see. Not Nevada. Okay, Nevada, not Nevada. Nevada. Okay, that's how good way to remember it. I love it. Nevada. And Colleen is very true here. She said the way a word is pronounced can depend on where you live. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. Nuclear. Nuclear. You want to say nuclear. Nuclear. Actually, I don't know how to pronounce that one, I guess. Nuclear. Oh my goodness, that's a fun one. YouTubers in Europe often can't say Arkansas. They say Arkansas. Arkansas. Yes, well, that would make sense. If English is not your first language, you would totally think that was Arkansas because Kansas is Kansas. So if you put an AR in front of it, wouldn't it be Arkansas? Arkansas makes no sense. The English language sometimes really makes no sense. Thank you, Belinda. Vietnamese soup. Okay. Thank you for correcting me. Vietnamese soup. Hello, Vicki Booten. And you know what? I will tell you, guess what could be on probably most of your list if you did not know? Lael. Lael is an incredibly difficult word for many people to pronounce. Nice to see you, my friend. Nuclear. Nevada, nuclear. Brewery. That's another one. I'm going to add that one. Brewery. And again, it's interesting with brewery. Rural, juror, brewery. It's kind of the double R's, right? Brewery. All right. Let's keep going. Vicki, I got to tell you, when we started this list on Monday night, the ladies here were very proud of me. They said, you would be proud of me because I did mixed media. I mixed media and I made my background with inks. If you are new to me, just know I do not do mixed media. It's like not my thing. So, but everyone was very proud of me. Pecan, right? Pecan pie or pecan. I know, and look at cut and paste. I know, look at me. I was channeling my inner Vicky last week. All right. Oh yes, I had nuclear on my list. This is one. Remuneration. Remuneration. I've always thought it was remuneration. It's not. It's remuneration. Um, so I had some on my list, and then I didn't have a lot. So I went to Google and I Googled words that are hard to pronounce. And there were tons of words. So some of them that were on that list didn't make it to my list, but some of those were on that list. I'm like, oh yeah, right, that's right. Um, jewelry, 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 jewelry. Yes, right? Two different things. Colonel, as opposed to colonel. Colonel, colonel. But you have a kernel of corn, but it's spelled totally differently. Kernel. So kernel, colonel, why? Why can't it all just be kernel, spelled like the corn kernel instead of the colonel kernel? Quinoa, 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 quinoa. That is, and that's one of those things is once you know how to pronounce it, you're like, oh yeah, of course, that's quinoa. There are some really funny memes that you'll see related on social media related to people trying to pronounce some of these words. Quinoa is one of them. Yes, Vicky, Worcestershire. We were joking about that one. It's so funny. That's for me is the worst one. That one is so hard. All right. Let's see. We've got remuneration, kernel, quinoa, pho. Acai, if you're into fashion, Hermes, which is Hermes. I think most people call it Hermes, Hermes or Hermes. It's Hermes, right? So a little bit different. Oopsie. All right, let's see what we got. Entrepreneur. That's another one on my list. Entrepreneur. Again, it's that getting that R in there, like February. We tend to want to drop that second R. Entrepreneur. Entrepreneur. We just gotta sound it out phonetically, right? Go slow. Foyer, right? Foyer. Marilee, yes. Marilee said, Lael, did you see the video I posted on the Lael by Mail Facebook group? Ari, the Worcestershire sauce. They asked the locals there on how to pronounce it. Yes, so funny. That just, because that's one I think that we're all like, what the heck? What do they even mean that? Library instead of library. February. I know, right? Those R's. The R's are what get us. It's interesting. Here's another one. Bruschetta. Bruschetta. And I always call it bruschetta. But it's not bruschetta. It's bruschetta. Sket. Instead of S-C-H-E-T-T. Sket. Not bruschette. Shet. Some people have a hard time with charcuterie. Charcuterie, like a charcuterie board. Another one I have is, now this one, on some of mine, I wrote how to pronounce them. Now I don't remember that. Is that a seg or a segway? Seg or segway? Now I know the little machine that you should see me, I'm rocking back and forth. Little machine you get on that's a segway. I think it's spelled differently than that. Than Segway. Hello, Becky Moore. Nice to see you. Becky's back listening with us. We're working on her. Lanai, yes, lanai, a fancy word for like a patio, right? April's mom said fajitas instead of fajitas. And Chickafil. April, Vicky also says Chickafil. I remember that about Vicky. Chickafil. So fun. Hi, Jamie Bosma. Nice to see you. All right. Seuss case. Oh, that's cute. Seuss case. So as we're talking about this, and I am making this list about words that are difficult for me to pronounce. This would be fun if you have littles in your life, if you have kids or grandkids or nieces or nephews or something like that, because littles are known for mispronouncing things, right? Mispronouncing things. So when our kids were little, when the boys were little, I would just keep little notes in a whole bunch of different notebooks on funny things that they would say. We went to Mount Rushmore when I want to say Sam was 3. Mount Mushmore. He couldn't say Rushmore. He thought it was Mushmore. So Mount Mushmore. So that would be another way to kind of take this same list topic and spin it a little bit. Maybe they're not words difficult for you to pronounce, but maybe they're just some words that other people in your life, littles, they like to pronounce things a little bit differently because they haven't quite figured out how to, say some letters yet. Louisville, not Louisville, not Louisville, or some people say Louisville, Kentucky, Louisville. That's one that can be pronounced so many different ways, right? Another one, and I really worked on this before we went to Scotland, Edinburgh. Edinburgh. It looks like Edinburgh. And the quickest way to show that you are not from Europe is to say Edinburgh. Edinburgh. There were a couple places that we went that I Googled before we left to make sure I knew how to pronounce the name before we left. Because I didn't want to, I just think that that's something that I should do. I wanted to be able to at least call it by the proper name when we were there. Crudité. Crudites. Crudites. Your crudité is kind of like your little vegetable plate, right? Crudites. Not crudites. Crudité. Okay, this is another one. Nauseous. Nauseous. Yeah. Nauseous. It makes me nauseous even wanting to figure out how to say it. Nauseous. I don't remember. Let's see. April said, fun to do a list of things my grands used to say. So many of their expressions I don't hear anymore. Davenport. So April, I know where you're from now. Davenport. Vicky and I used to tease her all the time that they're fancy in Canada because it's the Chesterfield. The Chesterfield is the sofa. Caramel instead of caramel. Caramel. Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Nice to see you. Yes, you do live in South Dakota. I know that. I remember that, right? My dad grew up in Hawaii. His elementary teacher thought he was messing with it. She said it was Yosemite, not Yosemite. Yosemite. That's funny. Serviette. Yeah, that's a word we don't really use here. Serviette. At least I don't. What is the channel changer? The remote control, right? What is that one? That's another one I remember. Syrup. Sovereign. It's not sovereign, it's sovereign. Well, and you know what? Who cares? Who cares what it should be or what it's supposed to be called? We just do whatever we want, right? All right, so like I said, I am going to need to spend more time coming up with more words because I only have half my page filled. Very interestingly enough, when I Googled this, one of the most commonly mispronounced words for people that do not have English as their primary language is squirrel. And not fun, kind of goes well here with what we do, squirrel. And again, it's the double L's, I think, right? Squirrel. And then I will just add this little part. Non-native English speakers. That's what it said. Difficult for non-native English speakers. ... But fun for me. And fun for me because very long story. I won't tell the whole story, but this community is called the Squirrel Squad because I tend to squirrel quite often and get sidetracked. So squirrel, kind of fun. Sometimes say Tai Chi when I mean to say chai tea. Oh, that's funny, right? That is other one. That's funny. Cavalry and cavalry. Oh yes, cavalry and cavalry. The clicker, the converter. There we go. The converter. Anemone. Yes, anemone. And you know what? When you see it spelled out, you're like, oh, anemone instead of anemone, right? All right. So I'll finish this one later. I'll come up with some other words, and then yeah, there we go. Words that are hard to pronounce. We did. We've done a couple different lists over the years about like family sayings, family isms, as we kind of talk about maybe how you might take this list and spin it a little bit for littles in your life, or you know, maybe you have people in your family that have always called words something different than they really are, or phrases that they like to use. We've done a family isms, kind of words and phrases that we like to say in our family. I've done a dadism, some things that my dad would say, like, you know, measure twice, cut once, and it takes two to tango, and, you know, things like that. Momisms, so kind of different ways that we could do a creative list along the same topic, word related, but a little bit different. Shortcuts, charcuterie, shortcuts. My friend called frozen pizza at home pizza. She can never remember that it's frozen at home pizza. That's funny. Coot. What is coot? All right. Okay, friends. So there we go. That is our first list. Well, kind of our first list. I had done most of it the other night. Okay. So now we're moving on to our second list. Our second list is a list that we do once a month. Beginning of a new month. And it is August 2nd. We're at the beginning of a new month. That means we are ready to do About Last Month. So About Last Month is a list. Oh, before I do that, let's do a giveaway. Shall we do a giveaway? I think we should do a giveaway. Schadenfreude. And VS Vicage, I don't know what it means, but I think I know how to pronounce it. Maybe. Schadenfreude? Maybe. I know I've heard it before. It's never worked its way into my vocabulary, though. So let's do a giveaway, all right? Giveaway. The way we're doing a live giveaway first. The way the live giveaways work, my friends, is that it's through the chat. So start chatting away. And I'm going to get things out for our second list. And as soon as I get done with that, then I will stop and I will take my finger and roll it up in the chat. And whoever, wherever it lands, that person is the winner. Now, if you don't win, don't be sad, because, well, you can always buy what I'm giving away. No, but I also do after party giveaway. So after party giveaway takes place in the comments on the video once the video is over, as opposed to the chat here. All right. Let's put this away. Let's get the bullet. Well, I'll just put the bullets off to the side because we will need those. So our first real list, our first full list, is About Last Month. About Last Month is a list that we started doing in August of 2020. The whole idea behind About Last Month is to just make a list of whatever you did or whatever happened in your world for the month. Some people call it Month in Review. I call it About Last Month. I have a new stamp set that I come out with every year. And this year, I'm using the About Last Month 2025 stamp set. Always a 6x8 set. This year's has the months spelled out. You have About Last Month, and then you also have Month in Review, so you could use whichever one you wanted. I will tell you, we've already started working on the 2026 About Last Month stamp and the 2026 Year in Review project kit, which this year will be all Lail by Mail products. Very excited about that. It is coming along just amazingly well, and I think you guys are really going to like it. My designer that's working on it is doing an amazing job with it. So, all right, first giveaway is this. Let me open it. Is a, oh, come on. A mug, Lail by Mail mug. Put your coffee in it, put your tea in it, put, I don't know, whatever your favorite beverage, adult or non-adult is, or you could use it for your pens and pencils and things like that. So those I had originally brought in for our anniversary. March was the 6-year Lael by Mail anniversary and the 5-year listing with Lael anniversary. And I still have some of those left. So you'll find those on the website if you want one and you don't win. But our first winner is stopping at Pam Soames. Pam said, I love listing Saturdays. Pam, congratulations, my friend. I don't know if you have that. If you have it, either way, shoot me an email and we'll go from there. Congratulations, Pam. Now I need to write this down so I don't forget. Pam just won a mug. Should we do another one right now too? I think we should. Let's do another one. Kind of along the same lines of that. And this I had also ordered and brought in for, the mug and this I was just doing as giveaways for our big 5-year celebration. And so many people said, wait a minute, we want to buy those. So I brought in a bunch. This guy, a very fun, nice sized canvas tote bag. All right. So I could model it for you, but you wouldn't be able to see me, but you can see it modeled on the website by some model. You just see she doesn't have a head. You just see her. So you can kind of get a feel for that, but nice sturdy canvas. All right. So that one is going to go to, let me go back down to the end. We'll do somebody a little sooner. Cherie at Sherry Lynn's Farm Girl Miscellany. Cherie, congratulations. That is the tote bag. We did 2 fun ones today. All right, so Pam and Cherie, congratulations. If you will both send an email to laelbymail@gmail.com, and the subject line of the email, please put winner, and then Pam, you will put mug, and Cherie, you will put tote bag. And in the body of the email, please include your name and address, and we will get your order shipped. We'll get your prize shipped in the next week or so. Congratulations, ladies. And both of those are available on the website if you are sad. Marilee said that bag rocks. I put my crafts to go in it. Love the size. Oh, I love that you love it, Marilee. Thanks for sharing that. All right. And there's after party prizes too. So stick around. Okay. So I am going to start out with my stamp set. And we need July, because last month was July, and I also need about last month. I'm going to start with those two. You also have your numbers 01, 02, 04, 05 through 12 for the kind of 2-digit number for the month. And then you also have several years, 25, 26, and 27. All right. So if we look at how I have used that stamp set in the past, hang on, those are marked for another list today. Let's see. Here we go. That is how I have used the stamp set. And it's just kind of, you can mix and match. Sometimes I'll do all the same color. Sometimes I will do 2 different colors. Sometimes I will even do a little bit of shadow stamping. So I'll do a lighter color and stamp a darker color on top. But that's the stamp set. Let me do this right there. Get this out of the way. All right. Next thing I have is my photos. So for this particular list, I've been doing this, like I said, since August of 2020. August of 2020, I intended to, well, let's see, we started the list. It was a 1-page list, and I said, oh, you know what, it'd be fun if I added photos. And then I left a blank page here. The very next week we were listing, I promptly wrote a new list on that page. So my very first list about last month from 2020 does not have a photo, but every list since then has a photo. This is a great way, you guys, doing a list like this about last month or month in review to pretty quickly and easily be caught up on your memory keeping, because you have photos, you wrote down what you did, and if that's all you ever get done in your memory keeping, then that's all it is, but it's done. Other than that, you may have, different photos that you might want to scrapbook or something later, but it's a great way to kind of record what's happening in your life. Make record of, record. All right, so I do Sometimes I'm pretty consistent with what I do over here with photos, and sometimes I totally mix it up. Today I'm going to be pretty consistent. So I have printed a 5x7 photo. That is a 5x7 photo, right? So if we look at it like that, you're like, oh yeah, that's a 5x7 piece of photo paper. I print on the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer using the Epson Creative Print app. The power, in my opinion, in this printer is in the app. There is a free class here on my website, or excuse me, on YouTube, where I walk you through the app and some really cool things that that app can do that make it really easy to use and really fun to use. So if you have that printer or thinking about getting that printer, the Epson PictureMate PM400, grab that free class here on my YouTube channel. I promise you it will be worth your time. With that Epson Creative Print app, it has pre-configured templates, and this is a pre-configured template. Now, normally you would put photos in those places. I don't put photos in there because I like to add a little bit more decoration there. But one of the pre-configured templates is 12 photos, 3 across, 4 down. So that is how I got all those little photos. And it's super easy to use that app. You just pick your template and then you open up your camera roll and then you just add your photos in the little squares and then you print it out. Super easy. So I just picked some photos from our July. Oh, let me do this. Let me grab this so my my little stamps don't get stuck to something that I'm working with there. Let me put that over there. All right, so photos. So I kind of need to, I know what stamps I'm going to use because I use the same stamp for the whole year. Now photos. And I need to start with photos next, at least part of my process, because then photos will drive kind of the colors I want to use in the color palette. Now, I already kind of know what I'm doing there because I've already picked the products, but that is generally what I'm doing. Stamp and then photos. Now, this is a 5x7. You'll notice I just trimmed a little bit off of both sides. The Traveler's Notebook inserts that I use to do my lists are standard wide. They're 5 inches wide and 8.25 tall. So standard is 4.33 by 8.25. Standard wide gives you about 3/4 of an inch, and then both pages gives you about 1.5 inches more room, right? So I use standard wide, 5 inches wide. And you may say, Lael, well, this is 5x7, and if that's 5 inches wide, why did you have to trim it? Well, you lose a little bit in the center from your binding or stapling, all right? So just trim that down a little bit. And I am ready to adhere that photo in. Like so. Let's see. Lieutenant, Heather Jackson said, lieutenant, right? Sometimes if we just enunciate and slow down when we're pronouncing, it makes it a little bit easier to pronounce. Shannon said, why does your trimmer have colors close to the cut line? Colors. This trimmer? I don't see any colors. It may be, I don't know, is it maybe just the glare from the light, Shannon? Maybe. Hello, Pamela Grant. Nice to see you. All right. I am using for this list, oh, okay, I brought this up. I am using products from the brand new Botanical Buzz collection. All right, so if you saw my flat lay, you know, when I talked about what we're doing today, I had a bunch of this product out, but then I had to put it away because I was working here yesterday and last night. So I'm gonna grab a couple of these things out. These are all chipboard pieces. So we're going to talk about how you can use chipboard in your planners or chipboard in your traveler's notebooks. If you don't want a lot of bulk and you think you can't use chipboard, there's a way we can use chipboard. There are some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful colors and patterns in this collection, you guys. If you haven't looked at it yet, Botanical Buzz. And you will see it under the what I'm using link in the description box of the video. So I will be using a little bit of it today, but I will be continuing to use it throughout the summer. Like, look at these together. And those are just like stunning, so pretty. And if you don't know, I love yellow. Like, I love yellow. So this collection just kind of is calling to me. All right, we have some rub-ons here. We have some laser cuts. So your laser cuts are die cuts, but they're like die cuts on steroids. What I mean by that, when we look at a die cut, where did my die cuts go? I just have them here. Let me move some of these things out of the way because they are going to clutter things up here a bit. That out of the way. Let's keep that. We might do something with that. Ooh, we might do something with that. All right, where'd my die cuts go? I just had them. Over there. All right, so difference between die cuts and laser cuts, and this is going to be a very broad generalization. Most die cuts that you see look like this, right? Where they have that little white border all the way around. Laser cuts. 49 and Market does laser cuts, and they are amazing. Let me open up that package and I will show you. They're very intricately, that's easy for me to say, intricately, that should be on my list. They are very intricately cut die cuts, but with a laser. So let me show you. When I pull like this guy out, when you're pulling them away from the sheet, you want to be very gentle because look at how fine those are. Just beautiful. So totally different look than die cuts. And there's room for both, but I love kind of incorporating the laser cuts into my lists and my different projects. All right, so if we kind of start over here, I thought this collection would work really well with my July because we had a lot of outdoor things happening in July in our world. So if we took maybe what if we took one of these guys, like this little piece right here. So these are rub-ons. There are 3 rub-on sheets in the package. That guy, and this guy. So I've already pulled them out. When I start working with rub-ons, and this doesn't matter who makes them, this is the very first thing I do. I staple together. If you've never worked with rub-ons before, or maybe it's been a long time, you have the rub-on or the transfer sheet, and then you have a protective sheet that protects the rub-on from accidentally getting rubbed onto something you don't want it rubbed onto, right? So if I staple those two together right out of the package, that is going to hopefully prevent rub-ons getting, rubbed on where I don't want them to. So I'll do that in all 3 sheets. The next thing I do is figure out the rub-on that I want to use. And we think that we're starting with this guy, right? So instead of trying to do this and trying to get this part away and, trying to rub on like that, I couldn't do that. It just doesn't work for me because I'd end up with rub-ons everywhere. I take the rub-on that I want to use and I'm cutting it away from the sheet. Like that, all right? And this guy, I think I'm going to put right down here in this corner. And we'll continue to build around it. I call this a rub-on tool. It is not really a rub-on tool. It's an embossing tool. But on my website, I call it a Tonic Studios rub-on tool. It has, these are fixed balls. They don't move around, but 2 different fixed ends with a little ball on the end. This is, to me, a really great tool for using for rub-ons. Now, you can rub on with the popsicle stick. You can rub on with different sticks. But this one I like because it has the round edge. So what I'm going to do, when I put this down, rule of thumb with rub-ons is put it down, don't let go. We want to be the opposite of Elsa. We want to don't let it go, right? Elsa sings let it go. We're not letting it go. So I will always, no matter what I'm doing, I will always have a finger on that. The reason I want to do that is because if that rub-on sheet moves a little bit, it will skip. There'll be a skip in the rub-on or like a crack in the rub-on. And that's something that generally I don't want. Now, with 49 and Market rub-ons, they're very artsy. So this, it looks like there's some ink that's happened here. There's some gesso. I don't know really what's happened. That's not my thing, but it's very cool. And I like that I can get that effect without having to do all the mixed media. If my rub-on skipped, I probably wouldn't notice it so much here because there's so much art going on, but other rub-ons might really notice if it skipped. So, because there would be a crack, right? There'd be a crack like right here and it would look like the rub-on crack. So you'll notice I'm just using this little tool, rubbing it all around. The way that rub-ons work is pressure, right? They transfer off of the rub-on sheet onto your project by pressure. So I am going to rotate a little bit and make sure I get it in really well over here where my finger was. And now I still want to hold on. I am going to slowly start to peel this back. If I slowly peel back, I will see if there is any area where the rub-on did not transfer. And if there was any area where the rub-on did not transfer, I could just lay it right back down and it would be fine. There wouldn't be any little crack. Now, I did something here. This is photo paper, right? Because I didn't print a photo there, it's not happening down here, but you see what happened right there when I tried to put the little rub on there, it actually lifted up the ink. So be careful if you are using rub-ons on photos, depending on the printer that you're using, it may do that, right? So either test it out first, or if you don't want to find out, then don't do it. All right, so there we go. That's our start. I feel like we need a little bit more something in here, right? Let's see. Where's this guy that I pulled out? This is generally why, well, this is why I left this space here. So I can come in now and layer with the laser cut on top of the rub-on, right? So now it looks like the rub-on was actually printed on my photo. It wasn't, but it looks like it, right? Yes, it's a beautiful collection. Tracy said bees and daisies, two of my favorite things. Jennifer Shepherd says she loves Botanical Buzz. Carrie said the universe is really telling me I need this collection. Okay, now you know what? I did not plan this, but I just realized my shirt has yellow in it. It's like I dressed for the occasion. I didn't plan that. Are you kidding me? I'm like always running in hot. Even though I was up at 5 this morning, never went back to sleep. You would think that I'd have like solved all the world's problems before 10 o'clock when we started, but no. All right. So no, I did not plan my little outfit to go with the collection. Nothing wrong with that, but I did it. All right, so now, there we go. The laser cuts, I find, you know what, I'm gonna just scoot that over a little bit more. The laser cuts are a really good value because you have your you have 4 sheets in the package, and I usually use them pretty sparingly like that, but they'll go far. Laser cuts will go far. And 49 Market does laser cuts with all of their collections. All right, so now let's see. We need something a little more over here. Let's look at this. I don't know if I want to put any words in there. Maybe. Let's explore together. Wonderful adventure. Those work really well for some of the things that we did. Let's grab this one. Let's explore together. Nick and I did a lot of exploring in July. The beginning of the month, we were outside of Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and did Grand Teton. Well, we just, I gotta be careful. Did Grand Teton implies that we climbed Grand Teton? Yeah, no. We went to Grand Teton National Park. All right, so let's see. Let's explore together. I think this will end up going, let's put it right here. Like that. Same thing, get out our little rub-on tool. And we don't just want to lift it up. We want to slowly lift and make sure that we got all of that transferred or rubbed on. Ah, okay. You may not be able to see that, but the top of my S is not rubbed on. As long as I've been holding on, I haven't moved that sheet, and I can just lay it back down again, and I know where to focus. I would have picked that up and showed it to you, but then I would have let go, and then that would have not been good. Oops, still there. There we go. Okay. And kind of like stamping, you know, sometimes if you stamp and you didn't get enough ink on a certain part and it didn't quite give you the coverage you wanted, and so then you start thinking, well, could I stamp again? And if you stamp again, sometimes it doesn't quite line up correctly. Same thing here. You can put your sheet back down and try to rub on the part that moved or didn't quite apply. It just seems to me it never quite works. All right, what if this guy goes right here? I like that there. Now here's the thing. This is chipboard. Generally, I try to stay away from using things that have a lot of dimension or thickness in my traveler's notebooks because that tends to cause a problem down the road. If I have this dimension right here, and when I come over here and I'm either stamping or writing, well, I go, bloop, it's like having a speed bump, but in your writing or your stamping because that is thick. So you might think that you couldn't use chipboard in your traveler's notebooks, but you can. Chipboard is just a bunch of layers of paper adhered together. So if I get rid of some of those layers on the back side, then I can use it. So I am going to grab my little, oh, not that one, my little craft tool or my paper piercer. It's sharp, want to be careful. And I am going to separate the layers. So this is kind of a fun way if you do different types of projects, and sometimes you want the chipboard to give you a little bit of extra dimension. But then when it comes to working in a planner or a journal or maybe your traveler's notebook and you don't want that extra dimension, then you kind of have 2 for 1 there. So it's pretty thin. I have now pretty much kind of taken about half of that thickness away. And now I feel good about using that. Let's see if that will adhere. Oh yeah, it will. Okay. A little love. I love the yellow in this collection, love the daisies, but then also this blue, I love that blue. And as I was looking at all the products yesterday, kind of figuring out what I wanted to use, what I loved about this love and a lot of the pieces in the chipboard is this font. That font really kind of gives the collection a whole different look. This is beautiful and eloquent and very dainty. And then pairing it with that kind of that block, a little bit more whimsical, you could call it that font. It just kind of pulls everything together. All right, now let's take a look at, what else do we want to do? I think I might do, let's look at the washi. So washi tape sheets. 49 Market does their washi a little bit different than maybe some other manufacturers. They're not in rolls. They are in sheets. So you get just kind of little snippets, right? What I thought I might do was to, actually, I think this one. Let's look. 2 sheets, like 2 sheets to the wind. 2 sheets. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'd like to use this one, and this one is too thick for me. If I add this down here, it's just going to be way too thick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my trimmer out, and I am going to trim this to the width that I want it. about that? All right, so that is about now standard with the washi. Incidentally, if that was washi on a roll, you can do the same thing. Let me just grab something and I'll show you really quick. So, washi on a roll, that is too thick if I wanted to use it there. So I can cut it. And the way I cut it is I would just figure out the size strip I needed. I would come in here, line it up on my trimmer. I almost call that a treadmill. Line it up on my trimmer so it's straight, and then whoop, like that. And now I have my own custom whip washi. I don't know, maybe we'll use that one there. Now that I think about it, that might go there. All right, and I'll just leave that there for now. Okay, so with this washi is terrible. Sorry, not Terrible. Terrible. Tearable. That sounded really funny. Terrible. Let me just get it to its little point here. I got to get it peeled away. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. I guess that's the piece that separates the two patterns. All right, so I can grab this like that, and let's put this here. I'm tearing it, the terrible part. That's funny. And unwind it here without ruining it. Very carefully, with lots of patience, which Lael does not have. I'm not a very patient person. Vicky, are you still here? If Vicky's here, she knows that about me. Oh gosh, I'm missing all kinds of comments. Hang on. We need to list why I'm always late. Oh, that would be a good one. That would be a good one. Why I'm always late. You know why I'm always late? I'm always late. I always think I can get way more things done in the amount of time I have. And I also always think that it will take me a lot less time to get something done than it really does in real life, right? All right, there we go. So just to add a little bit of color there. And this piece, I can still save what's left over. Now, what'll be interesting is whether I can use this guide. Ooh, right, totally different collection. But I like that. That was kind of a happy accident showing that little example. What I like about it is that it just so happens to pull in that color that I love. That's just brightens up the collection a little bit. I mean, it's beautiful and bright, but having that pop of teal in there is super pretty. All right, so that was the washi. Okay, what next do I want to do? I need to add something here. I kind of have a little space there. I could use a rub-on, but I think I'd like a little bit more dimension. Let's use some washi. Now, I think I'll wait on a bee. I'll do a little bee over here somehow. This little guy would work, right? Just this little daisy. Right there. Maybe I'll also take, I guess this is part maybe like of a honeycomb maybe? What if we did this just to add a little bit of color behind it? Or maybe that's just too much. Oh no, I like it. All right. Let's get our little adhesive on here. These are small pieces. And definitely when I did the flower, the stem, you may have noticed that I grabbed a glue pen. Glue pen is going to be much easier to use when you have really small, intricate little piece like that you need to adhere. And these, last weekend, they were sold out and they're now back in stock. So if you're looking for one of those glue pens, they are now back in stock on my website. Now, for me, I do not like things to stick out the side of my traveler's notebook because I know they will just get crumpled up and shrivel and die. So I just trimmed those off. Alrighty, so now we are ready for over here. I definitely have a color palette established, right? So now I know what colors I can work with for my stamping. Let me do this. Jillian, do you have a video of your finished Bryce Canyon Traveler's Notebook? No, Jillian. You know why? Because it's not done. We've been to Bryce now a couple of times. Nick and I don't know, have Nick and I gone more than once? Vicki and I went years ago. And then Nick and I went during the pandemic. So I think it's probably the one that I was starting when Vicki was here. But no. I haven't. All right. Do my little outlining. Flora said, this kit just went on my wish list. Yeah, it's a good one. It's beautiful. Liz, hello, Liz. Liz said she just received her first Lail by Mail package. Oh, how fun. Have fun playing. DW, received my order just so the box. That would not be delivered later, DW. The team just missed it, it sounds like. So do me a favor. Shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. If you have your order number, put the order number in the email, and then they'll get that taken care of for you on Monday. And apologies for that. Sometimes it happens. Lisa, can you give a hint on what you have planned for Conroe, Texas? I don't know. Can I give a hint? I don't know, Lisa. I guess I'll beg for forgiveness. Yes. It's gratitude themed. It is gratitude themed. It's crafting for the holidays. So 3 teachers, Vicki, Paige, and myself, and we each have a holiday around that time of year. So October, November, December, and I have November gratitude. So that gives you a little bit. Lots of fun things coming for that. Okay, so now let's pick our colors for ink. Let's grab this guy. I had pulled out a couple of colors that I thought I might use. I have all of the minis, all of the full-size Distress Oxides in my stash, because that's primarily what I use for my inking. But I also have now all of the mini Distress Oxides, and a couple people have said, so why would you have both? And I'd say, well, I have both because if I'm traveling, I can take, like this, 12 inks with me in one little tin, as opposed to having to take 12 of these with me. But also doing some smaller things, like I did the dragging on that last list. Or if you want to start investing in inks and you aren't going to use them for a lot of things, and you might want to go small instead of big. But I have both. All right. Oh, yes. Bundled Sage, Fossilized Amber, Rustic Wilderness could go. I don't know. Let's look again. Evergreen Bough could go. Evergreen Bough, actually, thought I had that out, is kind of that teal looking color. Let's grab that. Evergreen Bough. That could be a hard to pronounce word, like bow. All right. If I do, let me grab a stamping block here. That one for July. And I need my pencil board. And I need this guy for about last month. So you see I'm pulling out different stamping blocks. I'm stamping July, which is much smaller than about last month. I could stamp July with this, but in my opinion, if you can right size your stamping blocks to your stamps, it will make your life so much easier. You won't hate stamping. You won't be afraid to stamp, maybe I should say. All right, one thing I want to do though, I just put that in the center. I don't want that in the center. I want to right justify it. And these are just things you start figuring out as you stamp. It's going to be much easier for me to do that when it's a little bit right justified as opposed to center. Because I'm getting towards the end of my Traveler's Notebook insert, it's much higher on this side than it is on this side. So if I am centered, it can start to cause problems with your pressure and maybe not getting a good even stamped impression. Let's see. Melissa, if you go to my website, lailbymail.com, and click coming soon, that is where all the information is. Actually, I need to add 2 more things though, as of just the other day, on where I'll be teaching. That event is sold out, but there is a link and you can get more information kind of about the different events that they have. Do I have the refills for the oxides? DG Man 76. I do not carry the refills for the oxides. The reason I don't carry them, I personally have never had good luck with trying to re-ink my ink pads. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong. I've watched videos. I have in my own personal stash some re-inkers. I've just never had good success with it. That's not to say that there's anything wrong with the product. It's just me. So that's why I don't carry them. I've been stamping with colors for the last 5 years. I have not yet had to replace one of my ink pads. Now, that obviously is like saying, how often do you need to replace your garbage bag? It depends on how much garbage that you are producing, right? But I haven't come to the point yet where I had to replace them. So if we did evergreen bow, let's grab our little thing here and test out this color. So as I test, and you'll notice this is my testing notebook, right? I always recommend that you test before you actually stamp in your project. There's a lot of things that you can learn when you test, and I would rather learn those things in a paper that I don't care about as opposed to my project. Like, I might think, well, yeah, I think this color will be good, but if I test first, then I'll know, do I really like that color, right? I like it there. I think I'll use that. The next thing I can find out when I'm testing, do I have a little bit of lint or maybe a little hair on my Stamp Anywhere? If so, the ink will not adhere there. So I'll end up with a little, break in my stamp because the ink was not able to adhere there. Your different stamps, depending on the size they are, some may require a little bit more pressure. And some may be so fine that you really don't want to add a lot of pressure. If you add a lot of pressure, it's going to flatten the material of the stamp and it's going to flatten out the stamped image. Now, I have grabbed a pencil board here. Let me do this really quickly and then I will explain what a pencil board is since I have this inked up. Whoopsie, since I have this inked up. Don't want to do it upside down either, do we? Let's go right here. I stand when I craft. I stand when I teach. So I'm standing right now. You do you. Some people like to sit, some people like to stand. When it comes to stamping, I think it's really beneficial if you stand to stamp as opposed to sit. Ooh, pretty. And that was evergreen bow. The reason I think it's important to stand when you're stamping as opposed to sitting, and then I'll talk about the pencil board, is because when you're sitting, you have your little T-Rex arms. You don't have a lot of range of motion when you're sitting. And from my perspective, stamping is a lot about leverage and range of motion. So when you're standing, your T-Rex arms are now like human arms, right? You have lots more range of motion and leverage. I find I have a much better stamped impression when I stand. Now, I have a tall countertop, right? Or desktop, whatever it is here in my craft room. You may not have that. You might have a regular size desk, a regular height desk where you're working, or maybe on a kitchen table or something. And you're like, well, if I stand, then I'm too far away. Go to a counter. Go to the counter in the kitchen, go to a counter in the bathroom, go to a higher surface and stamp. And I think you'll find you will like the stamped impression maybe a little bit better. Pencil board. Pencil board is a fancy name for something that you slide under something else to give yourself a nice flat surface to stamp on. That's what a pencil board is. I have 2 sizes now. You have, this is the original size. This is 5 by 8 for your traveler's notebook. This one is an A5 size. So I never remember what that is. 8.33. Hang on. Let me tell you. A5 is 8.25 by 5 3/4. So that's what this is. That's not quite exactly what A5 is, but we have to go to, I won't explain the details on why we have that size, but 2 different sizes. It is super helpful when you are stamping in something that you can't take the page out of. So if you're stamping in a planner, if you're stamping in like an Archer and Olive notebook, if you're stamping in a traveler's notebook, your pencil board, super helpful. All right, so now we think we would like to go, I need to stamp July, right? So let's grab July. And I think I'd like to use July in fossilized amber, but we need to test it, right? If I have stamped my test here, I can check the, oh my gosh, where is it? Oh, here we go. I can now check the combination of color, right? I can be like, oh, okay, I need to test this one anyways. So then I might as well, ooh, those two colors are beautiful together, aren't they? So I can test color combination. And that's sometimes what you see me do. That's what I did over here. I'm like, do I like a double stamped like that? Do I like it if I just go with one color? Do I want to put pink below? Just kind of play around. And if you've already test stamped one of your stamps, then the next one is just, you know, right there ready to test with it. All right, so July will now come down here. So I now have, well, after August, I will have 5 years worth of About Last Months, 60 of these. So I can go back 5 years and tell you in September of 2021 what was happening in my life, right? With photos and a list. All right, so now, sometimes I will stamp the 2-digit month right there, but I don't think I'll do that. I think I might use maybe a little bee or something there. So let's see. We'll just leave those there for a minute. Bring this back in. One of our cute little bees. Oh yes, this one's facing the direction I want it to face. Little bee. Cute. Okay. Little bee. That's a juicy glue pen. About Last Month with a bee. All right, there we go. So now we are ready for our, you know what I think I might do? Maybe one more little bee. I think we'll put one more little bee right there. And then we'll be ready to start our list. I keep a running list on my phone. And I've kept that same running list since I started doing About Last Month. So every month I just kind of keep a running list of what is happening. Sometimes big things, sometimes small things. Sometimes it's that I read 10 books. Sometimes it's that we went to Hawaii, right? All things, everything in between. It might be I launched some new products. It might be that we met Sam's new girlfriend. I just remembered. I forgot to add that to my list. I have to add that to my list. Met Elena. Got to add that. Sometimes it's I went to Trader Joe's and bought fresh flowers. It's a mismatch of things. They don't have to be big things, all right? So if you're like, you know what? My life is the same. My life is boring. I don't have anything to write here. And I say, I'm going to pull it out of you. Did you watch any shows this month? Did you read any books? Did you take any walks? Did you make anything food? Did you have a good conversation with a dear friend on the phone? So you can still pull things out, right? You don't have to have like a super active, you know, doing all the things, traveling all over the world and, you know, whatever it is. You can, I think, always find things to add to a list like this. Some people broaden it and it's things that are happening with people in their family as well. Okay, now we need a bullet stamp again. Let's see which one we would like to use. Oh my gosh, you know what? This is funny. These are backwards. That is Bullets and More 2. This is Bullets and More 3. That's funny. I'm like, wait a minute, something's wrong here. Something's not right. I'm just going to move these. All right, there we go. Bullets and More 2, yes, as I said before, is the one that I use most often. Oh, look, a little bee. Let's use the bee. That'll be cute. That will be cute. Okay, so now I need to come back in with my stamping stylus. My little bee. Now, you know what? I'm not really going to care if my bee is going different directions, because that might be kind of fun if it's, you know, if I kind of rotate it every time. What color might I like to use? I don't know if I want to bring in a third color. We'll see. I like it. That one is Bundled Sage. So, there we go. Starting on my list, we headed to Wyoming for the 4th of July weekend in Harvey. Harvey is our RV, and camped on the Grays River. When I say camped on it, like literally we are side of the river. So here is my little table that I set up outside. I was working on some of my travel junk journaling. Harvey is right here, and that is the river right there. So I mean, we were like really on the river. Nobody around, beautiful spot, no hookups, no cell service, which is awesome. No cell service means Lael can't work because there's no internet, right? Sometimes you need to unplug, right? Wanda, this is the Botanical Buzz collection, brand new from 49 and Market. And I'm going to stop really quick and let me go back to some of the chat because there's some questions I think I've missed. Ashley said, I apologize if you've answered this already. Don't worry about that. Will we get to see sneak peeks of About last month, 2026, and when does it go on sale? Yes, Ashley, it will go on sale like third week of December. It will ship in January, and then we do the class the beginning of February because that's when we would do our first About last month list. And that is the year in review project kit. I'm answering for that. Thank you, Colleen. Reminder, hydration break. And you know what? I need a hydration break. You guys do too. So have a quick sip of something. Flora said this color combination is gorgeous. It's my favorite combo. It's really pretty. I agree. Really pretty. Colleen's been to 3 plays in the last month. She has 1 more to go. Oh, fun. Perfect, right? Carol spent 4 weeks with her brother and nephew. They're visiting from British Columbia, the west coast of Canada. Been so busy, looking forward to naps and quiet and scrapping for the next few weeks. And you know what? It could be that. It could be, I had 5 naps this month and I loved it. I had cereal for breakfast 8 nights this month and I loved it. I had girl dinner, right? I had girl dinner. I didn't though, but let me see, make sure. If I missed anything, friends, just know it's not you, it's me. If you type it again in the chat and put it all uppercase, then I will see it. Okay. All right. What else do we have? Nick fished. Well, fly fished a lot. We explored in the Jeep. And I worked in my junk journal. All right, here's our little bee. I'll have him go a little bit of a different direction. Oh, we had dinner. We had dinner at the South Fork Lodge, which is, I don't know, about an hour away from there. Nick has been there multiple times fishing with some friends, and so we went there for dinner. Amazing Amazing, so good, and beautiful grounds and just gorgeous. We drove to Wilson to see Mamie, one of Thomas Dambo's amazing wood troll sculptures. Gosh, I'm having a hard time spelling for some reason. And that's this. That is about, I don't know, 2 stories tall, all from recycled wood and recycled objects. Thomas Dambo, if you are not familiar with him, he is a Danish artist. There are these all around the world. And they're just really cool, like sculptures, I don't know, wooden, recycled wood things. And we have been to this area, I don't know how many times, and I didn't realize until this trip that one of those was there because I've never seen one in person. And so, like, we're going. So that was fun. Lots in Denmark. Flora, I love that for you. I'm visiting Arkansas or Arkansas and have been bird watching for an hour. So peaceful. Oh, that's beautiful. Wanda, Amy was back and then she left again. I think she comes home today, but yes, so we don't have the pleasure of having her with us today. Stephanie, come back to Texas and come up to Austin. You now have one of his trolls too. Oh, I love that. I love it. I will need to. We went to Grand Teton National Park. If you are new to Lael, you need to know that I am a national park geek. We love going to national parks. This year, we have done 4 new ones. 4? Well, we've been to Grand Teton before. We did Hawaii volcanoes. We did Grand Teton. We just did Haleakala. And we did Black Canyon of the Gunnison. So we are marking them all up. I think we're 16. I think we have 16 now. But we've been to Grand Teton before, but Grand Teton is the most spectacular, beautiful mountain range. There's one Grand Teton, one mountain. That is Grand Teton, and then that's the Teton Range and more. But oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right, now I'm transitioning away from that. I released my Hello Halloween mini book project kit. Also released my July, oopsie, the stamps and die for July. Holy cow. You guys liked that one. You liked that release. It was awesome. I mean, it still is awesome. It just, I've had to, I've reordered already. Well, and the reorder's already in. So that's been amazing. I love that. Reggie always has to, well, not always, but sometimes has to be in there. Reggie, there's Reggie, you know, Reggie the cat. Lily, who works for me, Lily knit him, like, I think like finger crocheted with that really thick yarn. Knit him that little, like bed. And oh my gosh, he loves that. Loves that. Lily knit Reggie a bed, and he loves it. Some of you know this, I've shared this before, but Lily Lily was our nanny for 15 years. I went back to work after 3 months of working for Jack. I was kind of an exec at AT&T, and then did that for 8 years, and then started a software company with 2 other guys. So I was very much career mom. And so Lily was with us for 15 years until I went to work for Simple Stories and started working from home and to be with the kids when they were older. So she worked for us for 15 years, and 4 years ago, as Lail by Mail was kind of starting to need a little bit more help because it was just me, I reached out and said, hey, Lily, what are you doing? So she's been working for us again for 4 years. So that's really, or working for me, but really fun. Kind of a fun thing. All right. We flew to Maui for a week for Nick's business trip, and enjoyed the warm weather, hot and humid, not complaining, the warm weather, yummy food, time by the pool, beach walks, and Haleakala National Park, which Maui is not that large of an island. Obviously, sea level. Haleakala is over 10,000 feet. So you are gaining a lot of elevation in a pretty quick amount of time. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I can't even tell you how beautiful it was. Very cool. Very cool experience. All right, and then the very last one. This was just the other night. We met Elena, Sam's new girlfriend. Although, I'm using the incorrect term there. I guess the kids these days, I'm like, so, like, are you guys dating? Well, we're seeing each other exclusively, but we're not dating. We're not like boyfriend and girlfriend. And I'm like, okay, like, anyhow. But yes, is new girlfriend. All right, so there we go. I think it's done, right? Done. That would, if it was just me working on that, it would probably take me maybe 45 minutes. So that's a pretty easy thing to like knock right off the bat. That is another one of the lists if you're just getting started creative listing. There doesn't matter where you start. There is no specific starting point to go creative listing. It's not chronological for me. I just sometimes do lists about when I was a kid, sometimes about things I'm looking forward to next year. But this guy, new month, now's a great time to start. Make a list of what you did last month. All right, so let me get these things put away and then we'll be ready for our next list. Let me look, just quickly check the chat. Let's see. Melissa's seen 2 of them. They're beautiful. Kristen, you snagged a spot at Craft Fest next August. Craft Fest. What is that? Little Craft Fest? Or Craft Fest? I don't know what Craft Fest is, maybe. In August. Yes, Melissa's son found one in Copenhagen. Yeah, they are all over Denmark because he's Danish. And you can go to his website. If you just search for Dambo, D-A-M-B-O, you will see his website, and it tells you where they all are. AF Scrapper Mom, you live 4 miles from Saguaro National Park. Oh, I might just show up at your doorstep one day. You'd be like, oh, hello. Hi. I'd be like, hi. Nice to see you. Carol's been memory keeping on a weekly basis for quite a while, but she thinks I'm going to pivot and do about last month for 2026. Love the simplicity of these layouts with the journaling. I call it guilt-free. And this, I may be speaking more to like scrapbooking here. One of the things that seems to plague the scrapbooking world is that you feel like you're always behind. You have way too many photos. You're never going to be caught up. Well, this is a way to say that you are caught up, right? You have documented the month. you're good. You've documented it, and you can choose to still go back and document, scrapbook some of your photos later, but here, guilt-free, because if it takes you 45 minutes to do once a month, you probably have time to do that, right? You probably have time to get that done. So I love that you're thinking about that, Carol. I love that. Stephanie likes the monthly recap, needs to start doing that even with just pictures. Right. You know what? And here's the thing. I always say you do you. This is the way I do it. I think what's so awesome about any kind of memory keeping or journaling or really creativity in general is we can take the bits and parts that work for us and then make them our own. You do you, right? You may be like, you know what? I don't really want to write a list, but I would like to just be adding photos into my traveler's notebook every month, and so then I at least have it, them documented. Some of you might be like, yeah, you know what? I don't really want to do the photos, but I would really like to make the list, so I, can kind of go back and, remember and look at what happened when. You do you, whatever works for you. Oh my gosh, Vicky. Okay, Vicky Jones, Air Force Scrapper Mom. I get it now. AF Scrapper Mom. I'm like, okay, I don't know you, and I don't know that I'd come to, but I know you, Vicky Jones. I might just have to. I'd feel okay showing up at your house because I know that'd be fun. Wouldn't it be fun? Oh, Kristen, 3 craft chicks. Okay, gotcha. Yes. I will tell you guys while I'm putting things away. Let me just tell you, if you, some of you know 3 craft chicks, and that's how you know me. And some of you know 3 Craft Chicks because of me. 3 Craft Chicks is a store up in Washington State, up in Spokane, owned by Michelle Kraft and her daughter Lauren, mother-daughter team. They have been doing events for a number of years, and then Michelle's husband Jim, brain cancer. So things, obviously had to change a little bit, and there's still a lot of unknowns, but they just announced earlier this week they are doing a virtual, their Christmas event is virtual in November, and then next summer they are doing a summer camp at Lake Lottawashi. So if you know about that, I will have links to both of those up on my coming soon page later today. I just need to add those if you want more information on those. Jamie, are your products already available in Europe? So Jamie, all of my products are available on my website. I have a few retailers here and there in the US that carry some of my products, but none right now in Europe. Not to say that I can't, I just have not had anyone approach me. UK and the EU are a little bit different when you're a small business in the US. They put some tax laws into place back in 2021, where if you are doing business in those countries, EU or countries in the EU and the UK, we have to collect and file and pay separately taxes in each of those countries where we're doing business, which is a huge undertaking. So you'll find lots of small businesses in the US don't sell in those countries. There is, if you want to email me, laelbymail@gmail.com, I will send you a link to a blog post on my website that explains how you can order products if you are from me, if you're in the EU and UK. We just have to jump through some hoops. Is there a layout template for out the window on the website? Layout template. I am not sure how to answer that, Colleen. I'm not quite sure what you are looking for. So shoot me an email or go to the out the window stamp set on the website, and you'll see lots of examples to show you how to use it. And if that's not what you're looking for, let me know. All right. So our second list is, since we've kind of been talking about Hawaii a little bit, it's a Glimmers list. But the Glimmers list is related to some glimmers that I experienced in Hawaii on our trip. So Glimmers, let's talk about Glimmers for a second, especially if you're new and you're like, Glimmers, what are Glimmers? Glimmers, I'll just read this. Glimmers are those micro moments in your day that make you feel joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude. Once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, the more these tiny moments will begin to appear. Just like little things that give you just a little spark of joy or gratitude in a day. A very dear friend of mine introduced that idea to me in December. And we did our first Glimmers list in December. And in January, I introduced the first Glimmers stamp set. So we can document our glimmers. Part of the July release, I introduced Glimmers too. There's also a coordinating die that goes with Glimmer stamp set. So the whole idea is you make a list of little glimmers, those little moments of joy that gave you peace or gratitude or, whatever it is. This is one I did in April. I have done a number of times a Glimmers list where it's a full page photo, and then I do my list. So that is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to do another full page photo. Where's my other one that I did? Oh, here's another one. This Glimmers from our trip to the Oregon coast. And I think I've kind of been doing this kind of large photo on a page the last couple of times with my glimmers. So I'm doing something similar today. I have found that the more that I'm kind of focusing on glimmers, the more that I recognize them and I see them and they start to pop up. And it's just one of those things, kind of like gratitude. The more you're looking for it, the more you see it, and then the more joy it brings to your life. All right, so this is a 2-page list. I am going again with a single page or a large photo on the left. Need to trim that down just a tad. I need it to be 8. We'll do that. 8 is my height of my standard wide traveler's notebook insert. Let's get rid of that white. And then I need it to be a little bit narrower than 5. 5 is my width. Let's see, maybe I'll leave a little bit of that white. 5 is my width. So let's look and see what we have there. Oh, a little bit too wide still. Oh, actually, it's going over here though. Yeah, I'll make that a little bit less wide. The later I get in my insert, that more bulk, I tend to go a little bit narrower when that happens, just to make it a little bit easier to work with. So that is a photo that I printed on the Epson PictureMate PM400. And if you know that printer, you might be like, Lil, how did you get an 8-inch tall photo? It only does 5x7. And I say, well, not if you put in a 5x8 piece of photo paper. Kathy Zilski, if you know Kathy Zilski years ago did a little tutorial on her YouTube page, Zielske, Kathy, Cathyzielske, on how, if you have Photoshop, on how you can create that size. And then you're just putting it in you're putting the photo paper cut down from an 8.5 by 11 into your Epson PictureMate. And because it prints a 5 wide, it will just print the whole thing. A little bit of work, Photoshop and things like that, but that is how you can do that. Now, Persnickety Prints does do traveler's notebook size prints. So persnicketyprints.com, and you can, do that through your, through their website or their app, and they do the size. They do standard and standard wide. So standard is narrower. You just kind of need to know what you're looking for when you go to that website if you are having them print, tall page size photos for you. All right, so now, normally I use my tape adhesive, my tape runner, right? I am not going to use that one here. Oh, where's my tape runner? Oh, wait, hang on guys. Oh, please, I need to just find this. Okay, here we go. I'm going to use 1/4 inch double-sided tape or tear tape, score tape. The reason I'm doing that, once I get to point in my traveler's notebook where there's a lot more on the left than there is on the right, I need to make sure that whatever adhesive I'm applying is going to be really strong and stay there. It will hold that, in this case, photo down. So I'm going to use this double-sided score tape. It's super strong. And I will run that right along that edge. So that will make it so that that doesn't like try to flip up, right? Gravity won't, you know, work with it and make it not stick. And I might as well, I'm just going to do this with all 4 sides. The nice thing about score tape like this is that it's super sticky. The difficult thing with score tape like this is it's super sticky. And what I mean by that is you basically have one shot to get it straight, unless you do what I'm doing here. Because it's so sticky, once you put it down, it's going to stay. And you don't want to try to get it back off again because it will make a mess of your paper and a mess of whatever you're trying to lift up. It's so sticky. Unless you do this. So instead of pulling all of the release tape off to reveal the sticky, you'll notice I'm just pulling a little bit of it off. And when I pull a little bit off, the part that is pulled off is sticking out the outside, not the inside. As I do that, I'm going to turn this upside down and my photo upside down. I'm right-handed. It's easier for me to do it that way. I can do this because most of it is not sticky. It's not sticking on my page. I have some wiggle room to then move it around and get it to where I'd want it to stick so it is straight. You cannot do that with score tape if you haven't done this little trick. All right, so I get it where I want it to go, and then I press down the parts that have the sticky revealed, and then I gently pull out the rest of that release tape. Gently pull out, gently pull out, and gently pull out. All right, so I have a nice straight, that has saved my bacon so many times I can't even tell you. Gerda, so I can't necessarily explain to do that because it's like a 6 or 7 step process. If you want to email me, I will send you a link to Kathy Zilski's video. She walks you through how to do that, but you do need like a photo editing software. You need like Photoshop or something like that where you can create the size of the photo. You need to crop your photo and save it to that particular size in order to do that. So if you have a software program that you can do that, I cropped and saved mine to 5 by 8.25, and then I can print it in the Epson PictureMate PM400. So that's the caveat. You need to have that. You need to have a photo editing software that you can do that. So rub-ons again. I am using the Summer Stories rub-ons from 49 Market. There are 4 different sets of their kind of seasonal rub-ons. They have spring, summer, fall, and winter. So what I thought I would do, I thought I would take one of these rub-ons, Summer Vibes or Days of Summer or In the Sunshine, and I am going to put it here, either down here or over here. I don't know. We'll see. My palm trees are a little bit in the way of center, so we'll have to figure out. It may be going down here. That's a photo I took. This where we stay on Maui in Wailea. There is a miles and miles long path that runs the whole shore, and that is part of our routine. We get up really early, about 6. We go down to Starbucks. We get coffee, and then we walk like 3 miles on that path. Even if Nick is working that day and going to see customers or whatever, we still do that then before he leaves. All right, that's one of my favorite things about going there. rub-ons, as I mentioned before, I want to staple the sheet. There are 2 different sheets, but I'm stapling that sheet. And then I think I'm going to use this one. I think this one is going to fit a little bit better because it's a little bit wider. So this one is in the sunshine. I'll cut it away. So using rub-ons on a photo will make it appear as if I printed on the photo. I do not want to, I want to make sure I don't, you'll notice I cut away that little branding. I don't want that on my photo, the 49 to Market Summer Stories, that I don't want all that on my photo. Now, you're welcome, Gerda. All right, so here we go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to put it right here, even though it is a little bit in the palm trees. I like it there as opposed to down here. So now I will take my little rub-on tool and I am just going to rub that all over that rub-on. But you'll notice I'm not letting go. As I'm rotating, my fingers are always holding on. I don't want that rub-on to move. If that rub-on moves, then it's going to look a little odd because either my words are going to have a crack in them or they won't be on the same row like they are now. So don't let go when you're working with rub-ons as opposed to Elsa letting go. All right, let's see how that looks. Now, I'm not going to just peel that off. I'm going to slowly peel to make sure that I have everything rubbed off. Part of the tea there did not get rubbed off. I see there's a little bit left on the rub-on sheet. So all I do is lay it back down. As long as I haven't moved the rub-on, it will go down beautifully. If I've moved the rub-on, then it's not going to go down necessarily. Oopsie, that one too. It's not going to go down necessarily in the right place. So keep holding on. Oopsie, yep, on the end. And there's, you know, I haven't done anything wrong. There's just a lot of surface area to that rub-on, and there are parts I did not get rubbed in. All right, there we go. In the sunshine. Oh, I love that there. That's so fun. So, like I said, rub-ons. If you don't know how to print on photos in a photo editing software, rub-ons do the trick, right? Because it looks like I did that. It looks like I did some really cool things on top of that photo. But I didn't. All righty. So now, let's see. I was going to do something that I normally don't do, but now it may not work. Let's see. I was thinking that this color would go really well, but it does not. The blues are way too different. It works well down here, but not so well there. So let me see. Yep. I don't think we're going to find a blue in here. Yep. This is definitely more teal than that. So let me just look at just a tad bit more and see. That's an E. Nope. Yeah, definitely different blues. Okay, so what I'm going to do, that's the closest, but not what I want to do. All right, I could do this guy or I could do this guy. What I was going to do was I was going to, well, you can't see it. I was going to write my list on the paper itself as opposed to on a piece of white cardstock. But you know what? I know I'm not going to like that because I don't have the right color. So I'm going to pivot. I will still use cardstock or that pattern paper from Botanical Buzz as the background, but I will do my list on white. So yeah, I think the yellow works. It's all about the yellow today, apparently, in my world, isn't it? Oh yeah, I think the yellow. this guy way too dark. It's actually not too dark, it's just the wrong color. All right, so we're going to do that. Let me get the rest of this paper put away. Now I kind of like that. Nah, not enough of a contrast. Okay, let's do this. Let's get these guys over here. This guy needs to be trimmed to 4 3/4. It is 6 by 8. I'm trimming it to 4 3/4, so there will be a nice even white border all around the page. 4 3/4. Shannon said she needs more rub-ons. Rub-ons are fantastic. The tips that I've shared, I think, are very helpful. Way back in the day, and this has been years and years and years, when rub-ons first came out, they were a little finicky, and it really depended on the company, but they were a little finicky. Sometimes they were a little bit harder to work with. I find the rub-ons, at least that 49 and Market does these days, and that Simple Stories does, are really easy to work with. They pretty much go on like butter. Now, we thought that Simple Stories was done doing rub-ons, but apparently they are doing them sporadically in their collections. So I just saw something, I don't remember what collection it is, where they have rub-ons in it. So I think we'll see them here and there. We'll see them here and there. Okay, so now this will be my list. White cardstock. We talked a minute ago about the paper that you are working with can make all the difference in the world. When we were, like when I showed you, that dragging technique with the mini Distress Oxide pads, it looked totally different when I did it on my little cheap notebook, my composition book, versus when I did it with the nice white cardstock. So when it comes to stamping, your paper quality makes all the difference in the world. For me, and again, this is all my opinion. I just tell you guys my opinion. You go with whatever you want. But a nice smooth white cardstock, or at least a nice smooth cardstock. You don't want to have texture in your cardstock when you're stamping. For me, because it will kind of mess with the impression. You may not get quite the impression that you're looking for. So I do a nice, smooth, white, good quality cardstock. And I love it. Anna's printing out her pictures for July for both Month in Review and the news, and a picture of her with her new haircut for the This Is Me list. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. All right, so now I need to ink the edges. So, I don't know. I might do something really weird here after I ink the edges. We'll see. I'm thinking, not fossilized amber. What is that one? Shabby Shutters could work. That wasn't the one I was thinking. I was thinking, no, old paper could work. Antique linen. I'll show you why I ink the edges in here in a sec. Do you see why having your inks swatched makes life so much easier? As opposed to pulling out all your inks. All right, so I'm going to pull out Twisted Citron. We'll see. For my stamping. I don't know. We'll see. It looks way brighter there than it does there. And then, what was I thinking back here? Shabby Shutters. Shabby Shutters, I think, actually might go really well. So let's look for that one. And let's get out this and this. All right, I'm inking the edges. I pulled out my little storage for my little domed foam blending tools, Shabby Shutters. This is one of my products, a little storage. that is a 5x7 little plastic case. With that, you are selecting whatever brand of ink that you have. You get 2 of those sheets in the storage case, and those sheets each hold up to 20 of your little foam blenders. So 20, 40 in my one little storage solution here. You also have 40 pre-punched circles. Now they're not pre-colored for you, but 40 pre-punched circles that you can do your swatching and add to the top of your case. And then you have 40 of your little Velcro pieces that are holding your little, your little guys in place. That is a brilliant idea from Amy. Amy, that works very closely with me. She brought that to me right after we started working together. It is a great way to store your little foam blending tools and know what color is which. That's important. So you can see what I'm doing here. I am just inking the edges of that white cardstock. It will help it to lay a little, it won't look as kind of stark and obtrusive as it would otherwise with just the white. So I'll compare here in a second so you can see the difference. Now, there's a lot of really cool things you can do with Distress Oxides and foam blending tools. Because a Distress Oxide is a pigment-based ink, it takes a little minute to dry. And while it is drying, you can use a blending tool to kind of blend like 2 colors together. You can do some really cool things. I don't do that, but you want to keep your little foam blending, your foam heads separate from one another. What I mean by that is that's shabby shutters. I don't want to cross-contaminate that with another color, or when I want to get a true shabby shutter look, I won't have it because I used another color on it. You also do not want to cross-contaminate your Distress Oxide inks and your Distress inks, even if they're the same color, because they have different properties. So if I'm using shabby shutters for both my Distress and my Distress Oxide, I have really started to mess with the properties that a pigment-based ink and a dye-based ink could give me, because now it's a mix, really mix. All right, so this is now, it just really kind of blends in super well with that, right? As opposed to that. So there it's really nice and stark. Well, not nice and stark. There it's really stark, and that's what it looks like, just with the ink, with the edges kind of nice and blended. Most of the time, that's about as mixed media as you get from me, and you really can't even call that mixed media. Right? All right. Here we are. Start of my list. Glimmers. Do you guys do a Glimmers list? If you list with us, do you do a Glimmers list? And if you don't list with us, do you ever have you incorporated Glimmers into your world? And the nice thing about Glimmers is they could be different for everybody. I mean, maybe seeing a really cool bird on this trip was a glimmer for me, and you might have a phobia of birds. So that might not be on your list, right? Oh, I missed it, Colleen. I missed 1234 by 1 minute. By 1 minute. All right. So now, did I get those out? I don't think I did. I don't think I got my Glimmers things out. Here we go. All right. This is Glimmers, the original Glimmers stamp set from January, and this is Glimmers 2 that we released in July. So generally what I do, usually I use the Glimmers title, but you know what? I don't think I'm going to use the Glimmers title today. I think I'm going to use this one, A Glimmer of Happiness. Let's see what we want to do. A Glimmer of Happiness. Right there. If I did that there, then I just write my little glimmers there. But the question is that is enough? I don't know. I don't think that, I would like a title that's a little bit more bold. So let's do this. What if we went with, this put a smile on my face, or the right place at the right time, or everyday magic, or just what I needed, or tiny treasures, joy in the ordinary. I think I'm going to do joy in the ordinary. So this Glimmers 2 really is kind of a multi-purpose stamp set, because other than a glimmer of happiness, which totally works even if you're not doing a list about glimmers, these could be used for anything. They don't have to be glimmer specific, right? Something about this moment, a day brightener, just right. This put a smile on my face. So it is kind of a twofer, right? Works for glimmers and then really anything. If you are just getting to know me, I have a design team that works with my products. And when you go to layoutbymail.com and you look at the products, in most cases, you will see project examples on how either I've used the stamps, or the design team has used the stamps, or my paper collections, or whatever it is. So if you're looking for a little inspiration on a stamp that you have purchased, or are thinking about purchasing, that is a good place to make sure you look at those. Joy in the ordinary. Now, you don't have to put a pencil board in this side. I always do a pencil board this side because I've done all this work and I don't want, something to cause an issue. You can put it on either side. I mean, you can put it, you know what I mean? You can put it on both sides. If I can find my pencil board. But this is pretty flat already, so. If you are just starting out stamping, I think a pencil board is worth its weight in gold, as you are just kind of starting to get comfortable with what you're doing. Nice even pressure, standing. I don't want to rock the stamp. If I rock the stamp, it will, it tends to flatten out at the pressure point, so at the bottom and the top where I'm rocking, and then that flattens out the material, the stamp, and then you might get some letters that are a little thick. Carol K said, I didn't add the new Glimmer stamp to my cart, and I am regretting that decision. Here's the thing. If you are not aware, and Carol, I don't know if you know this, but I will tell others as well. If you have an order that you placed and it has not shipped yet, you have not received the shipping confirmation email, you can add to the order. Now, you can't do that on your end. You don't have the functionality, doesn't exist for you to do that, but you can email me and say, I would like to add this to my order, and we can add it to your order. And then email you an invoice with a button to click to pay. So that's always an option. Another option is you can always place a second order. You'd be surprised at how many people have multiple orders. So my team, Lily and Denise, when they are shipping orders, they always check to make sure that you don't have more than one order. If you have more than one order, they ship your order together and then refund one of the shipping charges. So I have these beautiful shells, and I also have over here, I think I wanted to see if there was anything I wanted to use there, down there maybe, any of these maybe, I don't know. I think we'll see. I think we'll wait and see because, yeah, we'll wait and see. I may not. Okay. So now my Glimmers. I am going to go to the original Glimmers stamp set now and grab 2 stamps. Actually more. I'm going to grab more than 2 stamps. I'm going to grab this guy. This little cluster of little Glimmers, right? Grab that, and I will grab this guy. Again, I'm right sizing my stamp to my stamping block, right? So there's that little guy. There's a little teeny guy. And I would just like to add that guy, I think right about there. There, over here, over here, over here. Okay, hang on. I'm not sure where. So I'm going to pull out a transparent sticky note. And I'm going to stamp on that. Let me just look at this. That kind of is the green grass, but I think I'm not going to like it, but I might as well see first. So let me test this here first. Oh, actually, I really like it. I think that's going to go well. So I am going to stamp this on my transparent sticky note. And then I am going to lift it up and lay it over here so I can see where I want that. There we go. So I need to I would like it to be that way. So that way, nope. That way, right? It totally changes based on where I put it, or maybe that way. Actually, I think I like it that way. So rotate that way. All right. Now that transparent sticky note, I will just add right back to the top of my little transparent sticky note pad. And then I can continue to use it when I run into that situation again. When I feel like I need, to really test where I want something to go. Okay, I am going to move from that twisted citron. I don't use often, but boy, when I use it, it's like the perfect color for the grass. It's perfect. See? Making a mess here. That's how we know good stuff is happening, right? We do this down here. Oh, I need a different stamping block because that one is too small. And that's when we talk about right sizing your stamp to your stamping block. You don't want a stamping block that's too small. That does not work well. What if we go at an angle like that? I don't know, I might not like that. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Now I feel like we should do one over here too. And I will wish that I did not do it that way, but that's okay. The one in the corner, I wish I didn't make it an angle, but that's fine. So just those little glimmers, right? Okay, now we are going to start our glimmers list. So I know I asked this question before, and then I think I got so carried away working that I forgot to look at the chat. Are you keeping track of glimmers? Are glimmers part of your world? It's funny, glimmers are now part of Nick's world, my husband, because he'll be like, oh, look, a glimmer. And so now he'll see things and go, oh, look, a glimmer. It's like a nice little free, healthy dopamine hit, right? You see something and you're like, oh, I love that. That makes me happy. It puts a smile on my face. Calorie free too. Calorie free. All right, so the next thing I want to do, I think, before I start my writing here, I think I'd like to use some of these word strips that kind of pertain to glimmers. Like this one said, stop, look, listen. If you stop and look around and listen, you might see or recognize or hear a glimmer, right? So these will just end up being interspersed amongst my list. Stop, look, and listen. You know what? I didn't even test that first, did I? That's not very good. Do as I say, not as I do. What made me realize that is when you're working with a smaller stamp like this, you do not need to apply as much pressure as you think you do. And so that's a good idea if you're working with a new stamp, maybe that you haven't worked with before. It is a good idea to play around with the pressure too. Okay, so I'll show you what I mean by that. I am going to stamp over here, and I'm going to press really hard. Like, I'm way going to, actually, this one won't be too bad, over-exaggerate it, but. This on the left is when I pressed really hard, and it's not bad. This on the right is normal pressure, and that is how that's intended to look. Depending on the font that you're using and the length of a word, I just recommend that you play with it first to get a feel for how much pressure you need to apply and how much pressure you don't need to apply. Because I've worked with some stamps that are so fine that if you apply too much pressure, it's a mess. It is a mess. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Yes, hydrate, hydrate. Thanks for the reminder. And you know what? That goes to that goes for you guys too. You need to hydrate, okay? Who's Catherine Disher? Oh, somebody you met. Colleen, I love it. I've seen all this talk about Catherine Disher. I'm like, who's Catherine Disher? Word strip stickers, word strip stamps. If you know me, you know that I have an affinity for word strip stickers. And basically here, we're just creating our own word strip stickers, right? Sometimes you just need a little something to break things up or to fill in. I always say if it looks like something is missing, the answer is a word strip sticker. So in this case, we can say the answer is a word strip stamp. And we don't even know anything's missing yet, right? We just want to add a little bit more color and visual interest as we go. All right. So now I am ready to start writing my list. And these were things specific to, for me, like things I found, Joy in the Ordinary, Glimmer, while we were on our trip. There's a lot of things that glimmer for me in Hawaii, for sure. Lots of glimmers. All right, so let's look and see. Oh, we also need, yikes, we need a bullet stamp. Oh no, duh, I need the glimmer bullet stamp. Right here. Right there. Well, you'll now hear all about my glimmers and what glimmers are to me, at least some examples of what glimmers are to me. But I would love to hear from you, what they are for you. Janae, how heavy of white paper to use? Wouldn't think you want thick paper so the notebook doesn't get too thick. I use, it is a Neenah, N-E-E-N-A-H. It's a Neenah Bright White. So it is not super thick. I don't know the weight of it. But when you are stamping on paper that is really thin, sometimes you'll have shadowing or ghosting. So you can see that's what's happening here. And this is just my little workbook. But you can see I've shadowing or ghosting from what I stamped on the back side. Sometimes if there's too much fiber in a paper, the fiber will suck up the ink and make your stamped image look a little blurry because the fibers have sucked up the ink. That one, that Neenah Bright White, I sell on my website, but you can also get it from Amazon. I buy it in reams and reams and reams at a time because I use them in classes and then also, for my listing and things. All right. Seeing all my dear mamas and babies come up for apples in the yard. That's one of Pamela's. Oh, I love it. Diane, I really wish we could respond to people's chat. Do you mean like speak it? Diane calls them God winks. Yes. I've heard people call them that too. God winks for sure. All right. So in no particular order, the small birds with bright red heads that reminded me of cardinals. We saw those a few times. I don't know what they are, but they were beautiful and they looked like mini cardinals. And in Utah, we do not have cardinals. So when you see a bird with a bright red head that looks like a cardinal, they're pretty special because you don't see them often, right? Daily walks. Our daily walks are early morning walks along the, not along the path, oh well, along the path, I'll just say this, in Wailea. All right, next up, the Nene, I don't know what they are. The Nene or Nene birds, on the road at Haleakala National Park. They are all over, and there are all kinds of signs that say, please be careful of the birds because you don't want to run them over. And so on our whole way up, we didn't see any. On our way down, because you've now driven up 10,000 feet, on the way down, I'm like, oh wait, stop. There's a whole little family of them, and they're I don't think they're very smart, because they're just standing in the middle of the road. And we stop the car, and then like I get out because I'm like, if people are coming the other direction, they need to know that they can't. These birds are in the middle of the road. So then I get out, and I'm standing in the middle of the road, and trying to tell the birds to move, and they're not moving. And anyhow, it was just a cute, fun little thing, but not very smart. They are red-crested cardinals, Michelle. They are the little ones that are in Hawaii. Sarah, my glimmer this week is the return of my hummingbird zooming up to me and shaking a wing, get us more sugar waters. We have one of those too. His name's Howard. His name is Howard. I've named him. And I'm certain he's the same one that comes back every year. But he will like fly up to our big picture window in our family room, and he'll just sit there and be like, dudes, come on, where's my sugar water? He did that to me the other day too. I was reading out in our patio one morning, and he literally comes right in front of my face, and he's like just floating there. You know, he's like, dude, I need some sugar water. Come on. That's a great glimmer. I love it. I love it. Tracy, my favorite glimmers are sunrises and sunsets, especially when there's a lot of pink in the sky. Yes, and we saw several beautiful sunsets. For me, the palm trees make them spectacular. Like this one from my About last month, right? Because again, Utah, no palm trees. So palm trees make a sunset look spectacular to me. All right. What else do I have here? What else? Oh, the Mai Tais at the Monkey Pod. Monkey Pod is a restaurant there. I am not a fan of Mai Tais. They're too sweet for me. They are super sugary. I don't necessarily like rum. However, the Mai Tais at the Monkey Pod are out of this freaking world. So definitely a glimmer. Definitely a glimmer. They put this liqueur foam on top. Oh, they're so good. Like they're really tart and oh, just so good. So good, so good. All right. Frozen gel masks at the pool. One day, Nick and I did this wellness thing, and as part of that, they did all kinds of things while we were there, but they brought you these frozen gel masks to put over your eyes. Oh, it was amazing. But just so you're like, and when you don't know something like that is coming, you're like, oh, I love it. Just like this little, spark of joy. Spark of joy. This was really cool too. Seeing the rainy super lush east side of Maui from the top of Haleakala. The stopping at a little, I don't know what you call them, like Honor fruit stand. On the way down from the national park. You know, they have those little, like a little tiny fruit stand that you go and there's a little Venmo or a little, you know, can to put the money in, and that was just so fun. I don't see anything like that around here. The palm trees. I mean, palm trees, again, when you live in a high mountain desert, Utah, you don't see any palm trees. So palm trees just have like this magical aura to me. They make me happy. The white plumeria flowers. Growing in the bushes. Just so like sweet and dainty. All right. You probably thought I was crazy using this twisted citron, right? But look, it goes really well. Don't you think it goes well? Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, I think this is what it is. Cattle egret. The white, and I'm going to say crane like birds. I'm not sure if that's what they're called. I tried to Google it and find it. I'm not sure if that's really what it is, but Joanne, I love that. Joanne said Lael listing sessions and online classes with Vicki Booten and Lael by mail. Your scrapbook card today, delivered classes, etc. are your glimmers. Oh, I love that. Tracy, living on the east coast of South Africa, doesn't know if she could ever leave the beach and the ocean and the palm trees. Love it so much. What is the container I use for my chamois? This is linked in the description box of the video below. It's a salt cellar. It is just a salt cellar. I've got a link to it on Amazon. Stamp chamois. We've been working, 3 hours? And if I didn't have my stamp chamois covered, it would be dried out by now. So it is just something that you can put it in. And it's easy for me to open and close it as I need while I'm working. Some people will put it in a baggie or in a little Tupperware. I just find this is just really easy to access. Very important public service announcement. If you have one of these, or if you have your chamois in a baggie, or if you have your chamois in a Tupperware or something like that, do not leave the clothes in the washing machine overnight. You know what I mean, right? If you leave this in here, it's wet, and you close up whatever it is, so there's no air getting to your chamois, it'll stay moist. However, when you open it up, it's going to not smell very pleasant because it will smell moldy, right? So you want to make sure when you're done, do that just so it can air out well. I've done that so many times I can't even tell you, I forget. And then all I do is go rinse it out and it's fine. All right, the Aloha sign. The hotel where we stay has this big, I don't know, probably 4 foot tall individual letters that spell aloha, and that always just puts a smile on my face. This was a fun little glimmer. I bought a new swimming suit while I was there, and I didn't hate the way I looked in it. You know what I'm saying? I did not hate the way I looked in it. A new swimsuit. I'll just say that looked good. I mean, I don't know if looked good is exactly it, but I didn't hate the way I looked in it. I had a couple of others, some lanterns that were hanging from the trees as you drive into the hotel at night. They're beautiful. I had 3 days in a row, a poke bowl, so ahi tuna, a poke bowl that was fantastic, so good. And yeah, those are the last two. But I'm not going to add those there. I would just like to add just a little something down there so I'm not taking my list all the way to the bottom. A good poke bowl. It has to be good quality. It has to be good quality. But a poke bowl all day, every day. The raw tuna with rice and soy sauce and edamame and carrots. And this one was so good. It was so freaking good. That's why I had it 3 days in a row. Must be good if I had it 3 days in a row, right? Stephanie said, great swimsuit. That's a huge glimmer, right? It is a huge glimmer. Yes. Anne said, yes, that's amazing. I can't find a suit to look nice in. You know what? And you know, why we give so much, why do I give so much permission to an inanimate object to make me feel less than, right? Why should a swimsuit be able to make me feel not good? But it does, right? But that one wasn't bad. So that was a glimmer. Let's see what we might have here. I've just pulled out some word strip stickers. Be amazed. That could go right there, but it's not quite, it's not quite long enough. I'm thinking I might want a black one. This one is a defect. So that's why I have it up. Well, I have it anyway, but it's a defect. It's cut up over here. So I don't think that's how they come. Live each day with grace. This is what when you know better, do better. We'll find something here. It's the little things that make life big. I think that's probably a good one, right? It's the little things that make life big. So obviously it is too long. So if I didn't have enough room, or if I didn't want to stack it, I could just say it's the little things, right? It's the little things. It's the little things. But I can stack them. So if I say it's the little things, that make life big. No, let me go up a little taller here. All right, let's go up a little bit higher so I have a little bit more room. It's the little things that make life big. There we go. All right, there is my, and it's not titled Glimmers, but my Glimmers list for our trip to Hawaii. So I usually do one of those every month. Sometimes it's just everyday glimmers that happen in a month. Other times it's specific to something like this, a trip. So I think I'll just do this. This was July. Ooh, it doesn't want to work on that one. That is a matte photo. So instead of using, that's printed on matte photo paper, instead of using my Zig Photo signature, I'm going to do my Sharpie. Let's see. Oh yeah, better. So not slick, so I can use Sharpie. All right, there we go. List number 3, right? Because we worked on our words that are hard to pronounce, our about last month for July, and glimmers for July. All right, we have one more list. We have one more, and you know what? Actually, we're doing pretty well. It's only 1 o'clock. Only 1 o'clock. All right. Let me put these away. As I'm doing that, these rub-ons, if some of you guys are like, oh, I love rub-ons, or oh, I'm always looking for rub-ons, as a reminder, there are 4 of these. There's spring, summer, winter, fall, and 2 sheets. So you'll find those on my website. Okay, this one ready? Let me look. Oh, yes. Okay, our next list. While I'm cleaning up, we'll talk about our next list. Our next list is is an update on I was going to cut out, my thought was, when I was thinking the blue paper was going to work, I was going to stamp Glimmers on a yellow piece of the cardstock, and then I was going to cut it out with the die, and then that would sit on top, but I abandoned that, obviously, so that's why I had the die cut machine on our what I'm using list. now I won't be using it because I'm not using that time. Focus. So focus is a list that I do every year. I think I've done it the last 4 or 5 years. And do it at the beginning of a new year. And there are things that I want to focus on. Not necessarily resolutions. I think resolutions are a double-edged sword. Sometimes there's a lot of pressure with a resolution. But maybe if you're just coming up with things that you want to focus on, maybe it's a little bit different. At least in my head, it's a little bit different. Doesn't seem to be as much pressure. Maybe, I don't know what it is. But so beginning of the year, I always come up with things I want to focus on. And I found after the first year, I hit the end of the year and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't really, some of them I was fine. Other ones I had totally forgotten, even though I had made a list of them. And my back is to you. I'm just putting some of these ink pads away so we can clean up a little bit. So I now have been doing an update a couple times a year, an updated list on how I am doing with the things that I set out to focus on. And I told you guys at the beginning of the year when I did my focus list, you are going to help hold me accountable because we are going to do an updated focus list a couple times a year. And oopsie, if you guys are holding me accountable, then maybe that'll help me a little bit more stay focused on the things I'm trying to focus on for the year. So we'll see. Some yes, some no. Comme ci, comme ça. Carol said, that's why I haven't owned a scale in over 10 years. I know how I feel in my body. The number on the scale should not affect how I feel about myself. So true. So true. Now, what's interesting, if you are, for me, when I am really working on losing weight, I find that I have to have a scale because that's part of the full picture. Not the full picture, right? Can't just rely on that, but it's part of the full picture. So yeah, I'm one of those who weighs every day. Just so I know what's going on. Because sometimes if you only weigh once a week or once a month, that's a week or a month where things can totally go off the rails. If it's every day, I can kind of, I don't know, maybe rein it back in sometimes. All right. So let's talk about focus. This is my list of the things that I am focusing on for 2025. We did this list in January. I used the focus stamp set. I paired that with the numbers that also are on the focus stamp set and the in the box stamp set. So I masked off little spaces in each box and masked off. I basically put a sticky note down right there and then stamped the box, then removed the sticky note, and there was an open space there. And then I added the numbers. So those were the 6 things that I set out to focus on for this year. I also paired that with the goal getter stamp set. And so these things, those words and phrases, are from the goal getter stamp set. Here is a perfect example of you don't need to have a lot of product to make a list that's still visually appealing, right? The stamps and ink, that's all that is. There's no product on there. There's no stickers or washi or die cuts or paper. So you can go with as much as product you want when you're working on your creative listing or creative journaling, or as little. All right, so that was, we did that. Oh, that's funny. There is Glimmers list that we did in February. And I did the same thing. Rub on the photo. And that's from the Spring Stories. 49 Market rub-ons. All right, so that's what we started out with. Now, where do you suppose is my Traveler's Notebook insert? We looked at this before, but I had it marked, and then, oh, here we go. This was an update. So this is the first update I did. I did an update in May, so 3 months ago. And I kind of gave myself a grade on how I'd been doing on each of those things that I'd set out to focus on. And when I say grade, on the Goal Getter stamp set, there is a stamp that has 5 open stars. So it's 1 stamp, 5 open stars. So I stamped the 5 open stars in each of the things that I'm focusing on and then colored them in. So the fourth thing that I was focusing on, creating just for me. So basically creating just for the sake of creating. I didn't do so well. I did 3 out of 5. This one, read and learn, 5 stars. I gave myself 5 stars because at that point in May, I was alternating between fiction and nonfiction. So I was learning and then reading for fun. And I did that for all of the 6 things. I also created masks with the circle. So that is a full circle stamp that's in the circle. And I masked again with a sticky note, put a sticky note there, stamped, and then removed the sticky note, and then put those numbers in. All right, and those are by the numbers Allison. So my last list for today is another update on how I am doing with those things. If we set goals or things that we want to focus on and we never come back to them throughout the whole year, well, then it's hard to maybe hold ourselves accountable if we're not coming back and revisiting. So that's what I'm doing. What I thought, and this hit me this morning, so it wasn't necessarily what I planned on doing, but this morning I thought, I think this could be really fun. A couple of weeks ago, we were working on a list. Actually, we did 2. And we were using the Fun Times collection with simple stories. So I'll show you those. This was one. Things I've finished recently. So I used some paper and stickers and die cuts from that Fun Times collection. And where's the other one? Oh yes, this was one. If money was no object, things I'd splurge on. And as I was working on both of these lists, I kept coming across a die cut. And I'm like, I want to use this, and I couldn't really figure out how to work it in. So this morning, isn't it weird how sometimes things subconsciously have been floating around in your head, and then like it hits you like a ton of bricks? So out of the blue, this hit me. I'm like, oh my gosh, I know exactly what I'm going to do. The die cut that I kept seeing that I really wanted to use, but I couldn't work it in, let me see, these are the journal elements from Fun Times, was this one. Like this one, it just made me happy, but I couldn't really figure out to work it in. So this is the one that hit me this morning, and I'm like, okay, so what if I use these little journal elements from this collection, Fun Times, and wrote my little updates in here for my 6 things. So there's 4 already. What I don't know is, I wonder if I could, these guys. I mean, I could write on those, right? I could. We'll see. There's this one. Oh, that would work too. I think, all right, no, I have 6 things. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if I can find one more that would work in that pack. Not this one. This one's way too big. This one, well, I mean, I don't really get it. It's kind of a jar. I'm not sure what that is. But if I added something else to it, if I added something fun to it, then maybe I could make it work, right? Let's try that. I think we'll try that. Maybe. Oh, you know what? How about this? It looks like a jar, and I'm like, well, jar doesn't really work for me. What if I did? I could do something like that. Maybe I'll do that. I was going to just chop that top of the jar off, if that's what it is. I don't know. I guess we could use it this way too. No. I'm going to have to ask Kelly. Kelly Bangs created this collection. I'm going to be like, Kelly, what's the jar? And she'll be like, Lael, that's not a jar. It's a, I don't know what she'd tell me. But we'll see. All right, so we're going to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I'll either cut that off and put that there, or I may just put that there. All right, and those are all the journal elements from the Fun Times collection. And those are linked in the what I'm using in the description box of the video. All right, let's get these little guys out of here. Now, I do need to stamp my title again. Focus. when I did the other one, where did that go? Oh, 2025 focus update. So I'll stamp focus again and then I'll just put update. So I need the focus stamp set. Let's grab that one. Stephanie said, I like the concept of focus. The year I chose that as my word was one of my favorite years. Perhaps I need it back for 2026. So it's better than my focus in 2025, right? I did have one little word. Some of you may do one little word. It's a word that you pick every year and then you really just kind of focus on that word, I guess. I have multiple times used the word focus. Probably the biggest one for me, that word was so impactful, was in 2019. 2019, the beginning of the year. I'd been working for Simple Stories for almost 6 years. And I made the decision at the beginning of the year that I needed to step away from Simple Stories. I had my side hustle, Lail by Mail, was still very small then. I was doing a lot of traveling and teaching on the weekends, and it was just getting too much to try to do both. And I didn't realize it was getting too much, but my family certainly did. They basically had an intervention with me and said, Lail, you can't keep doing this. It's too, and they didn't care. They cared for me. I was burning the candle at both ends. I was basically working 2 full-time jobs. So at the beginning of the year, I made the decision that I was going to step away from Simple Stories and focus, basically turn my side hustle into a full-time thing. And I decided that at the beginning of January. Now, I did not tell Simple Stories until, I think, the end of February, and I gave them a month's notice. And then my last day was April 1st. And so it wasn't April Fool's joke, but last day was April 1st. So my word for that year was focus, because I had to focus so laser focused the beginning of that year on what my end goal was to, in April, turn my side hustle into a full-time thing, that I just had to focus on. Everything I was doing was to get through the 3 months until I could transition to that. So that was, I think, probably the last time I used focus as a word, as a one little word. All right, so we need a much longer stamping block than we've been working with there. Nope. And that won't work. Oh, actually, maybe it will. This is one of my stamping blocks. It is 5 inches long. So can we make that work? We're going to try it. We put that down again and try to get that. I didn't clean it very well last time. All right. Are we pretty even? We're pretty even. All right. So I am going to stamp in black. I have a lot of really bright colors here, so I am going to have the black kind of help ground it a little bit. This is the only black I use. It is by far my favorite, the Versifying Claire Nocturne by Sukaniko. It is a pigment based ink, and it is beautiful, heavenly. As much as black can be beautiful, but it just gives you such a nice stamped impression. Let's see where we can, here we go, down here. This was funny. One day, I don't know what happened. I don't know when it was. Somehow, you guys couldn't hear me anymore. I was still here. You could see me, but you couldn't hear me. So I had to write a little note. I'm like, not sure what is happening. Time to finish. All right. So there, I think, remember when I said I didn't clean it off very well last time? I think that's why I'm getting that effect. It was really splotchy. So I'm going to take this stamp cleaner. If my stamps are, if I clean them right away, you'll notice I just used the stamp chamois. But if I have left ink on a stamp or didn't get it cleaned very well, that stamp cleaner, look at how well that cleans that. It just is going to clean that right up without a lot of, having to put in a lot of elbow grease on there. And that is a Ranger cleaner. And that's on my website also. So I don't use it very often, but boy, it sure comes in handy when I have a stamp that needs a little cleaning. Really important part of that process before I re-ink is to dry. Your pigment-based inks are water reactive. So if there's any water or moisture on your stamp, the moisture can interact with the ink. Now you probably don't see that as much on a black, but certain colors you really, really see it. So I just am in the habit of always, always, always dry before you reapply. If you're putting it away, you don't really need to dry. Let's see if we do this here. If you're putting it away, you don't really need to dry, but if you are getting ready to re-ink either a different color or same color. But something like that, that's why you test. That's why I always test first, because I would much rather discover that on my little test notebook than discover it on my project. All right, better, and it'll be fine once I stamp on here. Part of that is just that really thin, not good quality paper. All right, so let's ink up one more time. Get that nice and juicy. It is a really nice, it gives a really nice, good, solid coverage, which is always what I'm looking for in a black, especially. I mean, it's pretty much what I'm looking for anytime I stamp with any ink, but with a black, I always want it to be nice and crisp. And notice I put the pencil board in there. That's very important again, right? I need to give myself a flat surface to stamp on. And we are going to put this right about here. And I want to apply nice, even pressure. Yeah, that squirrel book, Stephanie. My friend Allison sent that to me. Isn't that so fun? Stephanie said, I purchased your squirrel book. It brings me joy. And that, I think we just, Amazon. Jennifer said, does anyone use the VersaFine for the color too? I'm really interested in which stamp ink to use. I have in my personal stash, Jennifer, I have a bunch of the colors, but I really haven't used them yet. Oh, all right. Let's talk about what happened right here. Do you see how part of my S got cut off? Your pencil board, my pencil board, when I have, when I have this much that I've already done, it's hard for my S to stamp past my pencil board. My pencil board could only go in too far. I probably could have pushed it in a little bit further, but it didn't go in all the way. But you know what? There's an easy way to fix that. So really quickly, let me get a wipe out here and clean my, super dirty. It needs more cleaning besides this. So I want to clean off that ink that just dropped there. And now I'm going to have to really work that later because it's there. It's there. There's a little outline of an F. I'll fix it, don't worry. It's just gonna take some elbow grease later. All right, now I want to clean this off because, if I clean it off now, it makes it a little bit easier to clean as opposed to leaving it like I did before. And I think I am going to use that same cleaner again here. There we go. Sometimes your stamps that have more surface area to them, because it's picking up more ink, a little bit harder to clean, but not impossible. If you do it right away, it's much easier. All right. So let's talk about how I'm going to fix that. Really easy to fix something like that when you're using black, because you probably have a black pen. I always have a black pen because that's what I use to stamp. To write with, right? So what I need to do is, here I have a couple spots that are faint. I can just take my black pen and just kind of color those in. And when I do that, I just kind of scribble. I don't want to necessarily make hard lines, because if I make hard lines, it might be a little bit more obvious that I've done that. But some of you are like, why are you doing that? I just like a really nice solid impression. So if you're good with it, then you wouldn't do it. All right, but now this is what I need to fix. All I'm going to do is kind of take a look at it. See how I just wrote the edge? Wrote it, drew. That's not a right, that's a drew. See how I just drew the edge? And there you go. No one is going to be any the wiser. It's our little secret, right? No one knows that that didn't stamp all the way because my pencil board didn't go all the way in. Versifying colors. So I do not yet carry the Versifying colors. I carry the black. I have probably 20 of them in my stash. I just haven't used them yet. So I want to use them before I start carrying them. Because, well, I just think I should, right? So that I can answer questions like that. I try to use most of everything that I have on the website. All right, there's my outline. Let's see, hang on. I'm just looking at some chat here, so just make sure there's nothing I need to respond to. Hang on. Memento. You guys are talking about all different kinds of inks. All right. So now what I need to figure out is what is going to go where. And I should probably keep them in the same order because I think that's what I did. Habit track. Yes, I need to keep them in the same order. So habit tracking is the first one. Move my body. So I just, and I don't want to have all of these together, right? We don't want to have all the, ooh, hey now, are we might end up having to overlap a few. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Either, well, it'll be fine. As I say, either I'll love it or I won't love it. But I think it'll be fine. But do we really have enough room? What if we do this? Up here. And this one here. That works. All right. We'll start with this one first. I'm going to hold the other guy in place. Go there. This guy next. The jar. I don't know. Maybe it's a fair. Okay, so maybe that's what it is. I don't know. One of you may have already said that. Like when you go to the fair and they have like the building where the people have made all the things. Clearly I don't spend much time at the fair. And you enter your like peach pie and you enter your jam recipe maybe. Maybe that's what that is. I'm gonna text Kelly when I'm done. Kelly, what's the jar? All right, let's make this guy like this. I don't want these to be even though, so let's pop this guy back up just a little bit. We'll make it just a little bit higher so they're not even along the bottom. Okay, it's coming together. Oh, Lael, what was I thinking? All right, so I didn't need to have 4 there, but you know what I think I will do? How about if I do this? How about if this is what I'm going to do. I am going to put this here. And I'm going to put this here. No, I feel like this needs to, it's smaller. How did I have that? Gently lift that up. Gently, gently. All right. This is what I'm going to do. We're going to put this here. And put this guy here, because this is the favorite one I kept wanting to use. but could never figure out when I did my other two lists how to use it. Then what I'm going to do right here is, I should probably explain what all of this is, right? So I'll just do a little bit of writing right there explaining it. Let me look in the box and see if in the box 2 might have my back's to you while I look, so bear with me a sec. Looking for in the box 2, oh yes, to see if there is a stamp that would fit here. Of course there is a box that would fit here. In the box and in the box too. I use these guys a lot. Little boxes from, that's what we used here. Little boxes. All right, so let's see. Well, look, that guy's like perfect, isn't it? I think we'll do this guy. Stamping block. One thing, and it didn't come up in this list, if you are stamping directly on your left page, like Focus, and Focus is a really bold title, right? It's large and it's black and it's pretty solid. Before you ever start stamping on a left page, do yourself a favor, go back one page and see what you did here. I did that very quickly. You probably didn't even catch that I did that before I started stamping. What I was looking for, I needed to make sure that I did not, this I call, I'm listing directly on the page, right? And this one, it's more off the page because it's not on the insert itself. So any stamping here would not affect what I did already here because you can't see it because it's covered. You want to do yourself a favor and double check, because if you're not thinking about that and you stamp that and you had written directly on this page, you would see a little bit of shadowing or ghosting in that case, even though it's nice quality paper, just because that's such a bold, dark stamped impression, if that makes sense. All right, so now we need black again here, and I need to figure out how I'm going to butt up into that center again. So I need to just be aware of that as I am stamping. So I don't think I can, I don't know. I think I'm going to stamp on this one without, oh yeah, I'm fine. That's flat there. I should be okay. Without the pencil board, because I can't get the pencil board in far enough before it hits the edge. So this one, I normally say don't rock it. I am going to rock it just a little bit because I need it to kind of follow that curve. All right, there we go. And then I am going to do one more stamping thing, and then we'll be ready to roll. Okay. Oops. My dies on the back, just that one little one fell off. So they do have coordinating dies that go with them. So if you wanted to stamp that on like a pattern paper or something, or stamp it on white cardstock and then adhere it to pattern paper, then you can. All right. So now my thought is, let me grab the Goal Getter stamp set. I have, so all different kinds of things here. One day at a time would fit right there, right? But now what I'm thinking is, I wonder if this will work. What if we take this little guy, whoopsie, come on now. What if we take this little guy and, oh yeah, that needs to go there. We're gonna stamp that in black right there. And then we may stamp something inside of it. Or if, oh gosh, Lil, how about a stamping block first? Hold on, let me find this. We've got quite the mess going here, don't we? Quite the mess. Where is the 5-inch stamping block? Oh, here it is. All right. That little guy. And that guy will go right there. So then it kind of now helps to bring in the black and then that and then that. It's not like I just needed to shove something there, so I did a black, but which I really did. But let me see. Jennifer said, I'm working on some lists, things I love about my home, neighborhood, and town. It's really fun and uplifting. I love that. I love that. We've done a couple of different lists like that in the past. Things you love about your house, because you know what? Or where you live, sometimes you may not be in your forever home yet. And you may not really like where you are. But you can still do a list about things that you do like about it, right? So I love that idea. I'm not saying that's the case for you, Jennifer, but okay, hold on. I got to think about this as I do this. Whoop. All right. And then sometimes I get totally sidetracked. Like I don't even really know what I was saying. I know there was something I wanted to say, and yeah, I don't know what it was. So I love that you're doing that, Jennifer. Very fun list. And you guys, there are so many. I mean, we have done more than 500 lists. Do you believe that? We've done more than 500 lists. So, you know, if you wanted to go through all of the YouTube videos, you could find out what all those lists were, or you could buy the idea books. The idea books, there are 3 of them. The first idea book is the lists made up of the lists that we did in 2020, 2021, and 2022. Idea book number 2 were lists from 2023. And idea book number 3, lists from 2024. So each year we release the idea book with all the lists created from the prior year. Flora, I love that you're getting lots of great inspiration today. Oh, that makes me happy. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you guys are going to eat lunch. No fair. No fair. Jennifer said that mason jar would be great to list your favorite summer beverage or put a recipe for pickles on it. Oh, that's a cute idea. Totally cute. Hello, Carmen. It's been a while. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yes, hydration. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for taking care of me. Flora said, it is a great idea because I'm not in my forever home yet, but I am grateful for my home. You could also do a list. What would be in your forever home? Like, what were the things that you'd want in your forever home? All right. So we'll come back to this in a minute. I did kind of not quite get it there. So what we're going to do is take our magic black pen there and fix that little box. Now, what I think I need to do, this, you're going to think, Lael, this is too much, but it's not. I'll show you why. This isn't the part that's too much. I just need to adhere. For what I'm going to do next, I need to make sure that those die cuts are nice and flat, because not necessarily flat on a couple of these, and I need them to be flat for what I want to do. So those boxes in the box are out. Well, they look like they're outlined, right? They are actually outlined because the inside of the box is my writing, and then they are outlined with a ruler. I think if I do this, let's start over here. I need to do this very carefully. I think if I outline these die cuts, it'll make it all really come together. We'll know pretty quickly after this one, won't we? It's not like I can erase it. Sometimes I'll do this with alphabet stickers. I don't know. You guys know I'm heavy on outlining. I like to outline everything. Things look naked to me if they're not outlined. That makes a huge difference, don't you think? It makes it now all come together, especially with those boxes. So I'm going to continue to do that. When you're doing that, you just need to go slow. If you go too fast, you know what happens, and I'll probably do it because this is just what happens. This is what happens. That you go too fast, you'll end up accidentally drawing on the die cut. And it wouldn't be the first time. I've done that lots of times. So if you accidentally go whoop, and it goes over the die cut, that's okay. It's art. That's how you know it's hand done. Now, apologies, I know that part's like watching paint dry, but I think we better do this guy all the way up though. We'll see. Oh, I did it. I knew it. We knew that would happen. You know why that happened there? That happened there because there's no glue up there. There's no adhesive up there to hold that little piece down. But we just roll with it. If you are doing this, you want to make sure to have a pretty fine tip pen, right? You don't want to be using like a 7 point or 0.07. I don't know, at least I wouldn't. I think you want something fairly narrow. The Sharpie that I use is 0.04. And I use it for everything. All of my lists, I use it for everything. All right. Yes, like I think, huge difference, don't you guys think? Look at Carol, any chance of more digital stamp releases? Yes, Carol, there's more that are done. I just haven't had a chance to put them up. I am headed out of town on Wednesday for 2 weeks, and then I'm home for a couple of days, and then gone again for like 6 days. Now, luckily I can work anywhere, which I do. But when I get home after Labor Day, I will see if I can't get some up for you. And they won't be up. Remember what we did last time? We just do the same thing again. That takes less time for me to do it. If I just, tell you what I have and then send you the link. So we can do that. If you will, can I ask you to do something for me? Would you email me, but not now. If you would email me, excuse me, right after Labor Day, then that would make sure that I don't forget it, because then it will be when I'm back. My dad was Navy. Not Air Force, Navy. Okay, we better do this double underline here because we've got our boxes double underlined. Now, I pretty much only use a black pen when I'm doing my list, but there's all different kinds of fun pens that you could use. You could use highlighters, and you could have a lot of fun with pens, but I'm just black. That's what I like. Flora Army Brat. Oh, Navy and Army. I didn't even know that was a thing, Carmen. All right, and then we wanted to do this, so it just made it look kind of like a little bit less like a jar. I mean, it's still a jar, but if you put a tab on it, then it's a fancy jar. All right, so now we have our things. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here, I need to just add this. I need to add a little, maybe just a little pop of color. A little pop, golly. I almost had a very indented toe from a pencil board that just about fell on it. I would like to do I have a little pink star? I would really like a pink star. Well, no pink star. All right, let's just do this little star. Here, I am going to add this little star right here. Like so. And then I'm going to write, an update on the 6 things I set out to focus on at the beginning of this year. All right, here, I was going to see, right, if I could fit one of these. Let's see what might fit in here. Goal Getter. That came out in January, and it kind of fitting for, setting your goals or setting your focus or things for the beginning of the year. I need Challenge Accepted. Challenge Accepted. I think that works. One step forward. Challenge Accepted, because it just happens to fit the length. So I think that's what we're going to do. Challenge Accepted. I probably need to give myself a challenge here on a couple of things. At least one. There was one I was doing incredibly well on, and then it completely fell off the rails. Challenge accepted. All right. Habit tracking. I did really well, except not in June and July at all. And I think what I figured out, this morning I was thinking why. I'm like, how come my wheels came off the bus there for June and July? And I'm like, oh, you know what? I traveled a lot those months. Done a lot of traveling this summer. And so if I'm traveling a lot of my habits are hard to do if I'm not home, I guess. So I thought, well, maybe that's why. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse. But it's a new month, August. Ugh. All right, I've got to fix this. The deeper, what does that even look like? Ugh. The deeper you get into your traveler's notebook, the little bit harder it is to stamp right there at the bottom too. So it's fine. I think I'm going to make this look a little bit different than it normally does. There we go. Challenge accepted. The G doesn't really look like that, but that's all right. And if I really messed it up there, I could just stamp on a piece of white cardstock and cut it to fit in there and put it right in there. That would work too. Okay. So now the last thing I need little numbers. So what if I do have little numbers here? I could just like take these little guys. 1, 2. I think that would work. We'll keep it simple. I could also use alphabet stickers, number stickers. That's what I'm trying to say. I could use number stickers. Now that I say that, hang on. Oh, please. Where are those? Oh. Huh. I'm just looking for something here. Oh, here they are. Okay. Let's see. If these might be, I don't know, they might be too big. Let's look. I would like black. I would like black. Come on. Let's see. Black. These are letter scramble from Bella Let me try that again. Letter scramble alpha stickers and numbers from Bella Boulevard. They come in, I think, 16 different colors. And they're also on my website. So what if we did this? Let's just see how they play out. 1. Because I feel like we need something a little bit larger than those little teeny stamps. Ooh, that's a fun place to put that one. It's like it's calling for it. 1, 2, 3. Now 3 could go over here, or it could come here. I don't know, I feel like it kind of wants to come here. 3. 4. We'll move this over here. I don't want to do it, right at the bottom. I mean, right in line with that one, which means 5 is going to come up here. So the nice thing about stickers, let's do that guy right there. Stickers, way faster, right? Way, way faster. And in the short term, less expensive. The thing that's a bummer about stickers is once it's gone, right? If I don't have another 3, then what do I do? So, less expensive short term, more expensive long term. I never run out of the letter I need or number I need if I am stamping. And as long as I take care of my stamps, they'll last forever, right? If I need different colors, I just need different color ink. I never run out of a 2 or an S. But there's place for both, for sure. For sure, place for both. Alrighty. So now we're ready to finish out our list. The number one thing, not the number one, the first thing that I was focusing on, habit tracking. fell off the rails on this for the last 2 months. Ready to pick it up again. Now what's going to be interesting is I'm traveling a lot this month, and then September I roll right into a lot of in-person teaching, September, October, November. So we'll see. I'm not sure how well it's going to work, my habit tracking, but I can try. I can not try, do or do not. I will do it, and we'll see. The second one, move my body. Whoopsie. Sometimes I forget how to write. Move my body. This one goes back and forth. I've been doing well the last 2 weeks, walking 4 to 6 days a week. All right. Number three. Number three is drink the water. Drink the water. I've been doing great with this one. No soda since the start of the year. No soda. No Diet Coke. No Coke Zero. Water. I've been drinking the water, so that's good. I think what I might do here is come back and just do a little double underline so that those kind of stand out a little bit, and then the double underline now is kind of all working in together. All right, number 4. Create just for me. Sarah asked a great question. She said, Lael, have you thought about adjusting your habit tracker to make it more applicable to traveling? Yes, I will. That's what I'll do for August, for sure, to work some things in, because I still very much believe in habit tracking. It is, for me, it really helps me. There's something about visually and wanting to check off those boxes every day. So it really works well for me. I didn't start out in June and July to not doing it. It just didn't happen. So I will absolutely figure out how I can make it work for me while I don't have like my regular routine. Because a couple of things in my habit tracker have to do with like a morning routine. And if I'm not home, I just have to tweak my morning routine a little bit if I'm traveling. Melissa, I need to make a list of things I remember about my mom. She said, Stephanie Hackney, thank you for a reminder. I need to write the story of my parents as well. And the list is a super easy way to do that, right, Melissa? That's a really fun thing. Yeah, things that you remember about your mom, for sure. 4, create just for me. Wah, wah. I have not done a good job at that at all. But that's okay, because I have not done well with this. Okay, this is really funny now. Love this. And it's the one I am not doing. Whatever. I'm not doing this well at all. I've been traveling so much. I have not had the time. But the travel makes me happy. So it's not all bad. So it's not all bad. So I know the only thing that I know ahead of time is what those six things are. I don't know exactly what I'm going to write, and I feel really comfortable with just ad-libbing it. And sometimes people will say, well, but how do you know how much will fit? And when you start writing, and I say, I just start writing. And then sometimes I have to cut it off abruptly because there's no more room. And then sometimes I have to figure out more to say because there's still more room. So if something like that, winging it, makes you nervous, then you know what? Just jot something down on a little piece of scratch paper so you know what you want to say, and then just kind of recopy it. Less screen time. This one, I have been killing it. And this goes for TV and phone. The last month, I've read more books than all of last year. Less screen time equals more reading time. Now, I do read on a Kindle, so technically that is a screen, but when I say less screen time, I mean not so much on the phone and doom scrolling in social media and playing games on my phone to procrastinate. Yeah. All right, the last one. Read and learn. So, I've got the reading part down. And I know I shouldn't say I have got, but I've got. I've got the reading part down. Now need to get back to working in some non-fiction for the learn. All right, so there's my focus update. I need to do 2 things, and then we will be done. These boxes, I am very happy with them because they kind of filled everything out. However, they're still really black. So what I'm going to do is this. I am going to get out some colored pencils. This one, what do I want to do there? I'm just looking at some of the colors I have. Do you know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to find an orange because we've got lots of orange in here, but really just a tiny bit of orange on this page. Way more orange over here. So I have swatched all of my colored pencils. Let's look at this. Castle Arts. I think we can find one here that looks pretty close. Orange Lake. Oh no, Cadmium Orange Middle. That I think will be the closest. So Cadmium Orange Castle Arts. So let me pull out my little tin of Castle Arts. Castle Arts. Cadmium Orange. This is just like, or Cadmium Orange Middle. This is just like swatching our stamping inks, but doing it with colored pencils. If you have ever been trying to, you could do the same thing with your markers, but if you've ever been trying to find the right orange and you're trying to look at this, this sometimes is way off from the real color. So then you've got a little scratch paper and you're going through your 18 orange colored pencils to try to figure out which one you want to use. So swatching, while it does take a little bit of time up front, it pays off in the long run. Look at how much that is going to add to that just by using my little colored pencil and filling in that little space between those lines in the box. Oh, so much better. It just, right, because everything is so bright, and then that box was just kind of drab. But we just went from drab to fab with a little colored pencil. And colored pencils, I mean, you can find really inexpensive colored pencils. I use watercolor pencils, but I don't watercolor with them. So you can buy just a plain Jane old box of colored pencils or something and then call it good. Okay, I think the other one I'd like to do is maybe this pink. There's a lot of pink over here and not much pink over here. So let's see if we can find a bright pink like that here. Cherry pink is what we're going to do. So let's see, cherry pink, grenadine, cherry pink. All right, and we'll do the same thing over here, where we're just coloring in that little outline. We need the Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right. And then we are done with our listing for today, my friends. We did 4 lists. Now, one was, most of the way done, but we just had to add the words, but we got 3 done for sure. All right, there we go. So the black, I knew I wanted to add the black because we had black accents all through here. And then a little bit heavy, right? So bringing in, everything is so colorful there that helps to balance out the black. Kind of bringing the black back in again with the numbers to make it all cohesive. And then just adding a little bit of extra color there and there. All right. So I think what I'll do, I just need a little date. I was going to stamp it there, but I don't think I want it there. I think I'm just going to do this. Oh, it's not July. Oh, well. And then I'll do this. Really, August 2nd. That's fine. And here's the deal. Do you know what? No one's going to know or care if you said it was July and really it was August. So it doesn't matter, right? We don't need to start over. We don't need to put white out on it. We don't need to put a piece of paper over it and correct it. Sometimes we just embrace it and make fun of ourselves, but it's really August 2nd. All right. So there we go, my friends. That was a fun one. No, they're all fun, right? But, and I have a little bit, I was having a conversation with my graphic designer the other day, and she's like, Lael, it's really hard to pinpoint your style. And I'm like, yeah, I know, right? She's like, I don't know if I've got a, she does, she totally gets it. She knows my style. She's just questioning herself, which is, I love, it's totally good. And I'm like, well, I can see that because sometimes I don't know my style either. Because sometimes if you see this, you might think, okay, she likes lots of bright colors, lots of really bold fonts and things. But then you might see like this and be like, well, that doesn't really kind of look like her style. So it's an evolutionary thing, right? We just always change. And I like lots of different feels and styles. All right, rotating the camera. And there I am. Sarah said she got 3 lists today done. I love that, Sarah. Danielle had a great day today. Did her first list. Yay, I love that for you, Danielle. Love it, love it, love it. Kathy said, Lael, having a wonderful time in South Africa. Yeah, so let's talk about that again really quickly. I will be out of town the next 2.5 weeks. We will not be listing on Saturday. We won't be doing any listing again until Saturday, August 23rd, all right? We're listing on the 23rd. I think we're listing again on the 27th because then I'm zipping out of town again for Labor Day weekend. So you can always find the schedule on the Lael by Mail Facebook page. If you're not in Facebook, every email that goes out about listing always has the schedule at the bottom. And then, every email about our listing session, every blog post about our listing sessions at laelbymail.com has a link to the listing schedule. So hopefully it should be pretty easy for you to find. You guys have a wonderful next couple of weeks, right? You'll still be hearing from me. There's still emails going out and all things like that. I can't stop, I need to do things while I'm gone, but I will not be here. So have a wonderful next couple of weeks. Enjoy the rest of your summer if you enjoy summer. If you don't enjoy summer, well, hang in there. It's fall soon enough, right? If you're a teacher getting ready to go back to school, thank you. Thank you for going back. But thank you for doing what you do for our kids. Yeah, so let me check the chat again really quickly, and then we'll say our goodbyes. Pam enjoyed it. I love it. I love it. Oh, yes, prize. Pam won a prize, but let me remind you, there's an after-party prize as well. After-party prize, you participate in after-party prizes by leaving a comment on the video when it is over. Like perfect timing. Nick just pulled in the driveway from golfing. Leave a comment on the video as soon as it's over. So hang tight for 2 more minutes. Video's over. Leave a comment on the video when it's done. And I will draw for that after-party prize before, when we're, right before we start on Saturday the 23rd. Okay. Marilee, thank you for the reminder. If you're still here watching live, thumbs up. If you are watching the replay, thumbs up, please. Super helpful. Super, super, super helpful. And I did place an order. Oops. I love that, right? Oh, I love it. Thank you for placing an order. All right, guys. We'll chat with you later and see you in a couple weeks. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.